He asked the writing presiding. Please be seated.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Of course we do. That's fine.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Remember, y'all,
The devil is dancing tonight.
the devil is dancing tonight. Like this video. I'd really appreciate it. Hopefully everybody's doing well. How is everybody doing? Hopefully y'all are doing good. Now the sun's in the judge's eyes this morning. I know she's not happy about that. No, she's not happy about that. Girl, I woke up a little bit with a hot flash, honey. With a hot flash. Camille looks good today, doesn't she? With her white, but it's very wrinkled. So the only thing I would suggest is, girl, she should have steamed that. But most likely, with her being a lawyer, she probably moved a lot. But nobody else's is wrinkled, though. So maybe somebody should take a steam out of that. What do you girls think? Girl, that is wrinkled, honey. Girl, you could play tic-tac-toe on that thing for eternity. Hello, Coffee. Hello, Miss B. Hello, Blue Cow. Hello, Kylie. Hello, Sherry G. It could be Lennon. Oh, she told her, I'm sorry. They didn't want whatever she was, I guess, gonna show. That's a good idea. If you have more than one person with you and like you're explaining something, and you want it to be done, have the other person shake their head to go ahead and validate, so it gives the other person like the idea that you want something to be done. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab my coffee. I almost lost my hand.
All right, are we ready for the jury? All right, be seated. All right, next question.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Your relationship with Mr. Depp began in October of 2011, right?
That's correct.
And you previously testified multiple times, under oath, that the first year of your relationship with Mr. Depp was the best of times, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You testified that as far as you could tell, Mr. Depp was sober that first year,
That is correct. That's what I used to believe.
and that the first year was, quote, magic.
Yes, I always estimated it was about a year.
But now you've told this jury that Mr. Depp was being violent with you throughout 2012, haven't you, Ms. Heard?
No, he took a break in the middle of 2012 when he was sober.
You told them that he was hitting you in 2012, though. Is that right?
He was hitting me in 2012. He just took a break in the middle.
He was smashing things around you, right?
He did.
And you told them that Mr. Depp was in and out of sobriety in 2012.
That is correct.
You told this jury that, in 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence, end quote. Is that right?
That is correct.
So it was during these cycles of violence in 2012 that you gave Mr. Depp a knife as a gift.
I gave him a knife, I think for a birthday present early in our relationship. I believe it was around 2012, but I'm not certain.
We've seen a picture of that knife, but I think we should bring out the real thing. Master Deputy Halusa, Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, may I please have you show the knife to Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's it.
That's the knife you gave to the man who was hitting you, right, Ms. Heard?
I wasn't worried he was going to stab me with it when I gave it to him, that's for certain.
But you gave it to him while he was abusing you, allegedly.
I gave it to him that year.
Master Deputy Sheriff Halusa, will you please show the knife to the jury? Thank you. This is the knife you gave to the man who would get drunk and violent with you, right?
This is the same knife that I gave him as a present in 2012, yes.
Now, Ms. Heard, I'm going to need to talk to you about what happened in Australia in March of 2015. You've testified that at some point during the incident you described, you witnessed Mr. Depp bashing a phone against a wall, right?
That is correct.
You testified that the phone was breaking into pieces.
I was watching it disappear.
That Mr. Depp smashed it, I think your word was smithereens.
Yes, that is correct.
And according to your testimony, this was a wall-mounted phone in the bar area.
That is correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1820. I believe this has already been admitted into evidence, so if we could have it published. Thank you. You saw this photo during your direct examination, right?
That is correct.
And you testified that the wall-mounted phone that you saw Mr. Depp smash is on the wall on the left.
That's correct. So if you were looking at this picture, the wall-mounted phone would have been behind you on the left-hand side of your shoulder.
But it's not depicted in this photo, correct?
Whoever took this photo was standing right in front of where that mounted phone was.
That's convenient. The pieces of the phone Mr. Depp smashed aren't in this picture either, right?
You don't see it because it's whoever took this photo standing in front of that.
Whoever took this photo, it's Mr. Ben King, correct?
That's what I believe.
Yeah. Mr. King testified under oath in this trial, right?
That is correct.
And he testified that there was no wall-mounted phone smashed to smithereens that he had to replace, correct?
I didn't hear him testify to that, no.
He did. Your counsel elicited it.
I disagree with that representation.
You also saw this picture. Actually, can we please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1821, which is also admitted into evidence? You also saw this picture during your direct examination, correct?
That is correct.
And so this is the bar area to the right of the wall-mounted phone you just described.
If you were facing in that direction, if you're facing this direction, it would be behind you.
This phone on the counter isn't the phone that got smashed to smithereens, is it?
No, they brought that out during my testimony in the UK as well, and I said this in the UK trial as well, that is not the phone, obviously, because that one's not smashed and it's not wall-mounted.
Yeah, so there are two phones in the bar area.
There was a wall-mounted phone. I don't know if it was decorative or what, but it was like it looked antique, large and antique.
And what the large and antique one that's not depicted in any photograph, including ones you took, is the one that Mr. Depp damaged, correct?
That is correct. I only took pictures of the mirrors.
Honey, that
there's
knife
no
is
picture
not
of
going to
that
do her
damaged
any
phone.
favors.
I didn't
Penny.
take a picture of it, no.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. If you'll hit
So
that
back
like
to the
button, I
phone
appreciate
smashing.
it.
You watched Mr. Depp smash the phone, right?
That's correct. I watched it.
And you testified that you were, quote, watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back, end quote.
That's correct.
And according to you, this is when Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger, right?
It is my best guess. I didn't notice his finger come off, obviously. I was watching him smash the phone and watching the pieces break while he was doing it.
Well, it's not your best guess, Ms. Heard.
That is my best guess, yes.
Okay, let's go back to my questions. You submitted a declaration under the penalty of perjury in this case. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Okay, let's look at that declaration.
Well, Joanne, they were just trying to build the case like they did yesterday with the other stuff, that she lies and about things. She lied about the wall phone being smashed. She lied about the makeup. She lied about her back. She lied about her teeth. She lied about her nose.
If we could direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to the page 14 of the declaration.
Of independence? Yeah, they just showed it. You didn't see
Is that
it?
your signature?
They showed the phone
Yes,
in another
yes.
photo where
And
it
your
wasn't
signature
smashed.
appears right under the statement, quote, I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws
That was
of
the
the state
photo
of
they
Virginia
just showed,
that the
honey.
foregoing is true and correct.
That is correct.
And this is dated April 10th, 2019.
During my testimony
See? See right here?
in the UK as well, and
Which is on page 5. Specifically line 10. Quote, you write, testify under oath, while he was smashing the phone, Johnny severely injured his finger, cutting off the top of it.
Oh,
End
wait,
quote.
now the phone
Did I read that
cut the
correctly?
finger off?
yes, that's correct.
So she's
So
went
you testified in
from
this courtroom that after
he
Mr.
chopped
Depp
his
smashed the
finger
phone,
off,
he
he
held you down on the
smashed his
countertop
finger
by
off
the-
with the phone.
Do you remember that?
I'm not quite sure of the exact sequence of things.
Girl,
but yes,
it
both
was
of
like
those
a
things
Michael
happened.
Bay film, honey.
We'll get to the sequence. And this is when Mr. Depp supposedly
Of course
assaulted
they
you with a
will.
bottle, right?
On the countertop, he assaulted me.
So Mr. Depp was able to get you on the counter.
She's
right?
rattled.
He held me down by my neck.
And hold
Hello,
you down by
Marshall.
your neck.
She's rattled.
That is correct.
And he grabbed a bottle, according to you, while holding you down by the neck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what you're asking me?
While Mr. Depp is holding you by the neck against the countertop.
Oh, yeah,
he grabs the
Kylie. He
bottle.
didn't really,
That's your
but
testimony.
she's trying to make
No,
it
those
seem like
two
he
things
did.
didn't happen at the exact same time, no.
While he's holding the bottle, is that your testimony?
He
While
was holding
holding you
my-
down by the neck?
Sorry. What was your question?
Your testimony is, Ms. Heard, that either he has the bottle before or after he's holding you by the neck on the counter. Is that your testimony?
He held me by the neck on the counter.
Where's the bottle that he
At
assaulted
what
with?
point?
While holding you down by your neck.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle, it was in his hand.
Was it in his hand before or after he holds you down by your neck?
I was being held down while he assaulted me with the bottle.
That's what you just said.
When he puts you on the counter, does he have the bottle in his hand, yes or no?
As I have always said, I don't remember exactly what happened
Oh,
first.
my
I
God.
don't remember the sequence. I just remember being aware that I was being
See,
assaulted
she
by a
can't
bottle
say,
while I was
if
on
she
the
says
countertop.
he's assaulted me with a
penetrates
bottle
you as
and
well.
holding me down, she can't
But
say
you
he's
don't know how
smashing
he
his
got the
finger
bottle,
off.
right?
That is correct.
And he did that right after he lost the tip of his right middle finger.
Again, I
He
don't
doesn't have
remember the
enough
exact
hands.
sequence of
How
those
is he going to
events.
be
We'll get to the
using this?
sequence.
If
And while he was
if
on
he
8
chopped
to
his
10
finger off.
MDMA pills, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the sequence.
Girl, these
This is the
coughers
sequence of
need to
events you
go.
testified
They're just
to in this
coughing for
courtroom.
the video.
That he smashed
Ain't
the
nobody
phone to
dumb.
smithereens.
Nobody coughs
and then
like
assaulted
that.
you, lost the
The
tip
hell
of
out
his
of the
finger,
courtroom.
and then assaulted you with a bottle. Yes, that's the sequence of events that you testified to in this courtroom.
To be clear, you're putting it in order when you say words like then. I have never claimed that I can remember the exact sequence of
What?
these things. This was a multi-day assault that took place over 3 horrible days.
Ms.
It's
Heard,
the worst thing ever
Ms.
happened
Heard,
to me. I
we're
don't
not
remember
Ms.
the
Heard,
exact
that's not
sequence.
my question. My question isn't about the 3-day assault allegedly that occurred. I'm just talking about the sexual assault that you now allege occurred.
Yes,
Okay?
correct.
Let's talk about the sequence.
If she was really assaulted, she'd be crying right now. Who would want to bring up that memory?
So you testified.
Girl, get the coffin out of the courtroom.
I know, I just realized that. Do we have a copy? We gave it to you yesterday. Court transcript.
Girl, this coffin needs to go. These Johnny Depp heads, get the hell up out of the courtroom.
Yes.
This coffin is disturbing the court, and it's disturbing me when I just got up, honey. And get the hell out of the courtroom coughing like that. We're in a global pandemic. You coughing like that, you need to be at home.
My
Court
deposition?
transcript? Yes. No, of the court transcript from this trial.
Oh.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. I do.
Let's look at the transcript.
Get her out of
So
the
you testified on
courtroom.
page, I'm getting there, 4506.
Who's she talking to? I'm getting there.
All
You
right.
there? Okay. And the reason that we need to go through this, Ms. Heard, is because we understand that these are very serious allegations that you're making, right?
It was horrible. What happened to me, yes.
Okay, so let's go through them. Page 4506, line 2 through 3. I sit here now. Apologize. You testified on page 4506. This all started when Mr. Depp took 8 or 10 pills of MDMA, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Then, directing your attention to page 4518. Line 19.
Camille's a
You
little.
talk about Mr. Depp smashing a wall-mounted phone, correct?
That is correct.
Girl, what is in
Then
this
on
purple?
page
This
4519,
water.
at line 3, you testified that while Mr. Depp is smashing the phone, he is screaming, quote, "I fucking hate you," end quote, right?
Yes, he was screaming that, among other things.
And further down on page 4519, same page, lines 12 through 19, you talk about how you watched Mr. Depp smash the phone to smithereens, right?
That is correct.
Then, continuing on the same page, 4519, line 20, you say something really important. Quote, "At some point, he's on top of me. No phone, but screaming the same thing," end quote, right?
I just remember the sound. Yes.
Oh my God.
You remember, and you testified to this jury
That he was on top of you.
he didn't have the phone in his hand anymore.
When he was assaulting me with the bottle,
Right.
he had the bottle in his hand. When he was punching the wall with the phone, he had the phone in his hand. When he was punching the wall next to my head, he had me by the throat. He did a lot of things that night.
So you're acknowledging by this sequence, not my words, your words, Ms. Heard, that you testified to this jury that Mr. Depp smashed the phone to smithereens before he assaulted you. That's the sequencing in which you testified, correct?
I have never testified to a sequence.
Oh my God. She's perjuring herself, in
Talking
my
about that
opinion.
sequence. Then on page 4521,
I mean, it would be
Starting
hard
at
to
line
prove
3.
for sure because
you
it
testified
is
to
a
being bent
sequence,
over
but still.
backwards on the bar, right?
Okay.
Why are we approaching? Well, I don't know what else. What else can she do? You know, what can Mitch McConnell do, honey? There's just so much going on. Hello, Maddie. Hello, Sherry G. Hello, Mr. Lou, Marshall T, and Samantha. And hello to you, Amy Schumer. How are you? And we also got Princess Diaries in the back. Hello, Princess Diary. I feel like Camille is a little rattled today. I mean, not rattled, but I don't know. I think it's her nerves. Girl, I need those little post-it notes, those little small ones. Yeah, Marshall Day, Your Honor, my
Directing your
client is
attention,
getting
Ms. Heard,
destroyed.
to
Get you
page
okay,
4521, starting at line 3. You testified to being bent over backwards on the bar, right?
That is correct.
And then feeling pressure on your pubic bone like Mr. Depp was punching you. Yes?
That's what I thought.
And then further down on page 4521 and on to 4522, you testified that you were concerned Mr. Depp was using a broken bottle on you. Yes?
That was my fear.
Okay.
That's what I remember feeling.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1816.
She didn't even
already been
remember that
admitted.
bottle at first.
Thank you. You saw this picture during your direct examination, right?
She didn't
I
remember.
did.
And you testified that this is a picture of the bottles that were next to Mr. Depp on a desk when you found him drinking in the morning, right?
That's correct.
And this was the morning after Mr. Depp had allegedly sexually assaulted you, right?
It was the morning after he did assault me. Yes.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, you testified that this is the Maker's Mark bottle that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted you with.
I was never sure it was, but it was definitely that shape. Felt like that shape.
But you testified in this
You
courtroom
felt the
that you had not
wax?
seen this bottle until Ben King provided these
Because it ain't ripped
photographs,
for your
correct?
pleasure, honey. It's
Not in the
wax.
course of the trial. I hadn't seen the photograph.
You claim you had serious injuries after this alleged incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Depends on what you would call serious. For me, You know, having a sore jaw and some bruises at the time of my relationship wasn't that serious.
Okay. Let's testify.
relative.
Let's
What?
focus on
A
the testimony
sore
that you gave about
jaw
the injuries.
and bruises isn't serious now.
Mr. Depp, as you testified yesterday, wears
this
rings on every
is
finger, right?
Sometimes, I mean, often. And certainly in the later part of our relationship, that was more normal than not. But if he's filming or something like that, of course, he's not going to have his own jewelry on.
Your testimony
Thank you, Sherry. That's so kind.
in this trial was, quote, I don't know if I've ever known Johnny not to wear rings. Correct?
You need to put your microphone on, Miss. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. If she's going to ask her question, then she has to show where that was and then.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your testimony yesterday was, quote, I
That's
don't
me
know
in
if
the
I've ever known
audience
Johnny
said
not
it.
to wear rings. Right, Ms. Heard?
That's what I testified to, yes.
Okay. And he was wearing rings on every finger in Australia, correct?
Not all the time, not literally.
Oh my
every
God!
single
Yesterday
ring,
she
every
said
single day,
it.
but he often
You could
wears
tell they
rings.
coached her on the rings.
Not often, Ms. Heard. Your words are, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings on every finger.
That is what I testified to.
Okay. And you testified that you bled as a result of this sexual assault, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you testified that your forearms were cut
My forearms and my feet.
and your feet were sliced up.
That's correct.
And you testified you had a bruise across your jaw.
That is correct.
And there is not a single medical record reflecting treatment for any of those injuries, is there, Ms. Heard?
I didn't seek treatment.
And the day after you sustained all these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came to the house in Australia, right?
Well, he came the third day along with security.
The day after you sustained these injuries, Dr. David Kipper came along with nurse Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Well,
that the one that had
fight
Michael
went into the
Jackson's
morning,
baby?
like early hour morning, so technically that last day.
Dr. David Kipper is Mr. Depp's, or was Mr. Depp's physician, right?
I believe he still is.
But he
Yes.
was at the time.
Yes, that's correct.
And he was also your physician.
He also saw me.
No, not saw you. He was your physician, correct, Ms. Heard?
Johnny was the client, but he also treated me.
All right, let's please pull up. Do you remember giving testimony in this case?
Amber
in the
doesn't want to
deposition, Ms.
answer
Heard?
anything.
Yes, I do. I've given a couple.
Her on the stand versus Johnny when Johnny would
If
answer,
we could please.
even if he didn't like it and he
pull up
laughed.
The deposition transcript, day 2.
This is all she's got. I mean, if she truly is
at
lying about everything, this is all
589
she's
lines
got.
6
It's just,
through
yeah, a word salad, Mr. Lou, spot on.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to play Ms. Heard's deposition for the jury, lines day 2, page 540, lines 6 through 9. If we have permission to publish it.
You ought to give me a minute.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, day 2, page 589, lines 6 through 8.
All right, if you could just give us a minute to get
Of
there.
course.
589.
I'm sorry, what were the lines again?
Page 589, lines 6 through 8.
Wait. Did you say 540 or 589?
589,
Oh my God.
lines 6 through 8.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
I think they're just trying
he
to.
was your doctor at
They're
this
trying to
time, right?
rattle
Yes, he
her.
was.
He was your doctor.
Debbie Lloyd also came to the house that day.
Yes, she came with Kipper.
Yeah. Miss Lloyd is a nurse, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, that would bother me.
Malcolm Connolly also came to the house that day.
Yes, that's correct.
When I wear my
Mr.
hair
Connolly
long
is one
like
of the
that,
security
I don't
guards,
want it in my
correct?
face.
That is correct.
It would bother me.
You had known Mr. Connolly for years at that point.
She looks crazy.
Yes, that's
like
correct.
a crazy person.
You flew back to Los Angeles the next day
Oh,
with Ben King.
the hell was that?
that right?
I can't be certain if it was the next day or the day after, but somewhere around there, yes.
And the day you arrived back in Los Angeles, you saw Travis McGivern, correct?
I don't recall seeing Travis, no.
You don't recall Mr. McGivern picking you up from the airport with Ben King?
I don't remember that, no.
And the same day, you also saw your own nurse, Erin Barem Filati, that day, correct? The day you arrived in Los Angeles?
I don't recall if I saw her that day.
You saw Ms. Velati's testimony in this case by video deposition, correct?
That is correct.
And you heard her testify that she saw you the day you arrived back from Australia on March 9th, 2015.
I believe she testified that she came to dinner where I was with friends. Yeah, I believe that.
So she saw you that day.
I believe that evening I saw her at dinner.
Okay. And then you saw Erin Beren Velati again the next day for a private meeting, didn't you?
I'm not sure if that's what she testified to. I'd have to just see the records to know.
You heard her testify, according to her notes. She met with you privately on March 10th, 2015.
She met with me at some point upon my arrival, but I don't remember the exact date.
And when you were in Australia, Ms. Heard, you didn't take any pictures of the injuries you claimed to have sustained.
Nope.
Right?
I did not take any pictures, no.
But you did take 2 pictures.
Of the
Johnny.
mirrors. I took 2 pictures of the bathroom mirrors that was the master bathroom where I
Because
was.
mirrors matter more
Let's
than
please
your
pull up defendant's
shine,
exhibit
your
374,
broken
which is
nose,
already
your
evidence.
abused body. 3 days of torture, Henny. Michael Bay film torture.
You
Talking
took this
hostile.
picture, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's correct.
Hostile.
And this is a mirror in the bathroom in Australia.
That's correct.
And this black paint on the mirror is from Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
He wrote on the mirror in black paint after his finger was cut off, right?
Normal. As one does.
Yes,
as one
I only
does.
know that because there was blood as well as paint.
So you took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his fingers, correct?
This was while I was packing when I was leaving.
Damn.
That's a
That's when I
yes,
took the
right,
photo.
Ms. Heard?
That's what's the question? I'm sorry.
You took this picture after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And you took this picture after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp, yes?
That's correct.
Yet you didn't capture yourself in the mirror, did you?
No.
I don't see myself in the mirror.
Because
No.
she's fine.
Let's please
That's
pull up
why they're
defendant's
bringing
exhibit
this up.
375.
Because there's nothing wrong with her.
You took this picture as well, right, Ms. Heard?
How many
correct.
times do you take a photo
This is from one of the
when you stand
bathroom
in front of
mirrors
the
in
mirror?
Australia.
That's correct.
This is also a picture taken after Mr. Depp had injured his finger.
That's correct.
And this is also a picture taken after you had allegedly been assaulted by Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You didn't capture yourself in the mirror in this picture either, did you?
I do not see myself in the mirror in that picture
Is that because you didn't have any visible injuries on you?
because I was taking a picture of
nailed
the
it.
writing.
Then you would stand in front, not at an angle.
Let's talk about the writing on this mirror.
If you wanted to show the writing in the
So
full,
the
you
writing
would have
in black
stood in
paint
the
is from
front.
Mr. Depp, correct?
It's all from Mr. Depp.
And it's your testimony under oath that you did not write the red text that says, quote, call Carly Simon, she said it better, babe, end quote.
That's correct.
Because if you did write that, it means that your husband was walking around the house bleeding from his amputated finger, and you're writing snarky messages to him on a mirror, right?
I don't know what your question to me is. I'm sorry.
Let's please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1830. And I believe this picture is also admitted into evidence.
That's correct.
This is a picture of the same mirror, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't take this picture.
No, I did not.
This is the one that Ben King took.
And I don't see him
This
in the mirror
lawyer's
either.
prepared, well prepared.
I don't believe he claimed he had injuries, though. Is that right?
I did not hear Ben King talk about his injuries, no.
Okay. So you would agree, Ms. Heard, that the black text on the mirror says, quote, she loves naked photos of herself. So modern, so hot.
I had not read that yet. I mean, before, but yeah, that's what it says.
She's laughing.
But you were taking pictures of the
She's
text.
over there
but You had not
laughing.
read that before?
A 3-day
haven't seen
event
this.
where she
It
was
didn't make
brutally
sense to me at the time
assaulted,
when I
and
read
her
it.
memory is to laugh about
Again,
not
Mr.
reading
Depp wrote
it.
that.
Girl,
I don't
let me
know
give
how
you your
else
laugh track, honey.
So, Ms. Heard, just to be clear, it's your testimony that Mr. Depp also wrote the message in red about Carly Simon saying it better, right?
That's correct.
Isn't that a hip
You
to
know
be
Carly
square
Simon sang the song,
line?
You're So Vain,
It's
right?
hip to
I was
be
told that.
square, so modern,
So it's
so
your testimony
hot.
that Mr. Depp was writing messages to himself in the mirror back and forth.
The best I can describe it is it looked like a crazy conversation. It was on the walls, it was
With
on
himself.
lampshades, it was on cushions.
It's your testimony the crazy conversation was with himself.
That's what it looked like from the bloody messages I found.
And you would agree with me that in this photograph, the red text has been smudged with black paint, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up, if we can, Defendant's Exhibit 375 again. black smudge isn't in this picture that you took, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp must have not liked his own message to himself.
I'm not quite sure what was happening when Ben took his photograph, no.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343, which is already in evidence, and play the portion from 1:57:21 through 1:58:54. It's a recording, Your Honor.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight,
This was after her face getting smashed.
least-
This is all after the assault with a
bathrooms,
broken bottle, maybe. Well, she said broken bottle in the beginning. Smashed face,
to escape
bent
escape
over,
the fight.
You don't escape
Walking
the fight.
through
You
glass,
escape the solution.
rolling through
you
glass.
escape the solution.
No.
You escape
Beat.
figuring it out.
I mean,
we cannot work it out
It's wild.
if you run away to
If
the
you go back
bathroom
and
every
watch
time.
her
Listen to me.
testimony on
Listen
it,
to me.
she
A boxer
blacks
can't
out.
go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man, and when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go to into the bathroom.
Don't forget
and sit
to
on
like
the
the
floor.
video, girls.
Bam,
Thank you,
bam,
Brenda.
bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I go split again. I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock. Bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Every
This is what really happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I did knock on a bathroom door on the first night.
Not a bathroom door, 5 bathroom doors, and 2 bedrooms.
Johnny
that right?
is not an accurate historian of what happened during
Miss Heard,
that
Miss
period
Heard,
of time. I'll guarantee
Miss
you
Heard,
that.
that's not my question. 5 bathroom doors, 2 bedrooms. That's what you knocked on.
I
That's
was
what
there.
actually happened in Australia, isn't it, Miss Heard?
I was there.
So that's a
I
no?
remember it. I knocked on one bathroom door. I came on the first night after he decided to take the bag of MDMA.
Miss
and
Heard,
I went to check
Miss
on
Heard,
him and see
I'm going to
if we
move to
could-
strike everything after I knocked on one bathroom
She
door.
can't do that. She's answering the question.
Not quite, so I will sustain
She's
the
not
objection.
answering the
Just
question.
answer the question, okay, ma'am?
Answer the question, Amber.
The recording we just listened to, that's exactly what happened in Australia. Mr. Depp lost the tip of his finger after you threw a bottle at him. Isn't that right?
That is incorrect.
You're the one who assaulted someone with a bottle in Australia. Isn't that right, Miss Heard?
I didn't assault Johnny in Australia. I didn't assault Johnny ever. I couldn't.
And then after he was injured, he had to hide from you, right?
That is
In
incorrect.
5 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
That is incorrect.
And you would pursue him
That is incorrect.
because he was avoiding talking to you, right?
He did that first night when
he was
I tried to
avoiding-
talk to him about the drugs.
And he was avoiding working it out.
No, he was avoiding agreeing to not fight about the drugs.
You weren't scared of him at all, were you?
I have a mixed relationship with Johnny, and one in which I'm scared, one in which I love him very much.
I'm not
She
talking about your
testified in
mixed
the beginning
relationship. That night in Australia,
how
after
terrified
you
she
cut
was
off
of
his finger
him,
with a
living
bottle,
with him.
you weren't scared of him at all, were you?
Yeah, Lou, but
isn't
she's
it? He's
coming
like,
in nice
kill
and
me.
white,
Of course, it's scary. He's also my husband.
but all wrinkled.
Miss Heard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371.
She needs a steaming, honey.
Do not believe these have been admitted into evidence.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have them.
If we can scroll down, please. No.
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you don't have your microphone on, I cannot hear you.
I don't know why this.
You still don't have it on.
Redacted. Oh. I need to take a look at the unredacted for a
I
minute.
think she's doing the mic thing on
I'm not
purpose.
admitting it into evidence yet. I would like to just
Okay, you
talk
can
to the
ask
witness
that
about it,
question.
if I
Go ahead.
could. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 371. Do you recognize these text messages between you and Dr. Cowan?
I don't recognize these, no.
Who's Dr. Cowan?
He was my therapist that was recommended to me from Dr. Kipper. He and Dr. Kipper worked together.
He was your therapist at the time, correct?
That's correct.
And you, had
And
been
you know
seeing
you're
him
not
for almost
talking
a
into
year
the
in
mic
March of
because you don't hear
2015?
yourself on the speakers.
My guess would be about 6 months at that point.
Your text messages are in gray, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that she show her the unredacted so that she can see the text exchange back and
right,
forth.
if you
If
can-
she wants to talk
Absolutely.
about
All right, we'll
moving
pull that up.
unredacted
Sure.
later.
Let's go ahead and
Thank you.
pull it up.
Seeing these unredacted messages, does this refresh your recollection that these are indeed communications between you and Dr. Cowan?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Doctor, your text messages are in gray, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Cowan's are in blue?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you see the text message at the bottom of the page from March 8th, 2015 at 8:29 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
March 8th is the day that you were allegedly sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp in Australia, correct?
That is correct.
So on March 8th, 2015, you were in Australia,
That is correct.
and Mr. Depp's finger had just been cut off, right?
That is correct.
And you write to Dr. Cowan, quote, "I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change," end quote. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
You weren't able to change, were you, Ms. Hurd?
I very much wanted to leave the relationship I was in, but I didn't have the power. I didn't feel I had the power to leave. I knew I was in a very toxic relationship with Johnny, and I knew I needed to change that. I knew it was, at this point, horrible for me. And I
I'm gonna
talked to
move
my
to
therapist
admit
often about that.
Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted with just Ms. Hurd's messages.
All right.
Your Honor, I object because she has left out the next two lines from Ms. Hurd that clarify even further, and I also think
Ms.
that Dr.
Bredehoff,
Cowan's
Your Honor, may
changes should
we
be-
please
let's go.
approach?
Let's-
This is
Lord have mercy. All right, how doing? Girl, what's going on my mouse? All right, girls, I'm putting up a poll. Girl, so Johnny's eating sticky notes today, honey. I'm putting up a poll for this movie's watch party. I mean, this week's watch party. Give me 1 second, I'll have it ready. Well, you know, not in this chat, but it'll be on the, And this time it'll be photos of art of them, of the films.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 371 as redacted.
All right, 371 in evidence as redacted. Over objection. Yes, ma'am.
You can publish that to the jury. Thank you. So you write, Ms. Heard, to Dr. Cowan, I feel so lost. I can't talk. I don't know if I'll ever be able to change. Right?
And I said I clearly can't figure this out, meaning the relationship.
You didn't say that. You said,
I did.
Not the relationship. Your text messages, clearly I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
What I was saying to him
No,
is
Ms.
clearly
Heard,
I can't
Ms.
figure
Heard,
this
Ms.
out.
Heard,
can't
that's
do
not my
relationship.
question. The text. Just the text.
That's exactly what I
typed,
was saying.
What you texted. Clearly, I can't figure this out. I feel so lost right now.
That's
That's
what
right.
I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Heard, you contend?
Your Honor, just for clarification, so those two next lines did come in?
They are in the redacted
Okay,
copy.
good. All right, thank you.
Ms. Heard, you contend that there's another incident of abuse in March of 2015 after you and Mr. Depp returned from Australia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this incident took place on March 23rd, 2015?
That's correct.
And this supposedly occurred in the penthouse at the Eastern Columbia building?
That's correct.
You had found text messages between Mr. Depp and another woman, right?
That is correct.
So you confronted him about cheating on you.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks after you had returned from Australia.
That's correct.
So this is shortly after Mr. Depp supposedly sexually assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was 2
I
weeks
mean, I
after
don't know
he
why you
assaulted
would
me,
cheat
yes.
on her,
And you
Mr.
decided to
Lamb.
confront him about cheating on you?
I didn't
I mean,
decide
Lou.
to. I wanted to.
Mr. Depp's finger was freshly injured at this point, right?
He had a cast on it.
The top of his right finger had been cut off 2 weeks prior.
That is correct.
And he had a pin in his finger, true?
I don't recall when the pen was placed.
A skin graft?
I'm not quite sure. He had several different procedures and they were kind of spread out over a period of time. So I don't remember what happened and when
One of those
exactly.
procedures was to treat the MRSA that got on his finger too, right?
At some point, I knew he had an infection.
And his right hand was in a bandage, right?
It was casted.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was able to attack both you and your sister with his hand in that state, right?
Girl,
That is correct. He had
not
hard
just a
plastic cast on
bottle.
it.
Shall I say a
Debbie
maker's
Lloyd was
mark,
present in the penthouse when Mr. Depp
half-gallon
supposedly
bottle,
attacked
girl,
you.
whatever.
Isn't that correct?
You'd be in the hospital,
correct.
honey.
In fact, you claim that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can at Miss Lloyd that evening.
Yes, that's correct.
And you put in a sworn statement to that effect in the UK case, right?
That is correct.
But that's not true, is it?
That's what happened.
You know what a deposition is, right, Ms. Heard?
I've had several, yes.
Yeah, so you know what it's when someone provides testimony under oath.
That is correct.
You're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case, correct?
That is true.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial, right?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
I want to let me do the photo vote. This don't make no sense.
So in a deposition, Ms. Heard, you know it's when someone provides testimony under oath, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Miss Lloyd was deposed in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And Miss Lloyd's deposition testimony was played earlier in this trial.
Yes.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify under oath that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't remember if she didn't recall that or if she said it didn't happen. I don't remember. I vaguely sense she didn't recall anything.
So it's your testimony that Miss Lloyd would forget that Mr. Depp, a very famous patient of hers, threw a can of Red Bull that nearly missed her, according to your version of events?
To be fair, I just don't remember if she said when she testified that she didn't recall that incident or if it didn't happen. I don't remember what she testified to. But I have a vague sense that she didn't recall much at all.
She recalled, and she testified in this courtroom, that Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her. That was her testimony, wasn't it?
I don't recall what her testimony was with regards to that one incident, no.
You actually filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license right before she was supposedly deposed in this case, didn't you?
No, I don't believe I did.
Are you aware that someone filed a complaint against Miss Lloyd's nursing license in connection with her care of Mr. Depp for failing to report abuse?
No, I had no idea.
Oh, yes,
You're
you.
the
Girl,
first
stop
person to know about
lying.
that.
Amber, stop
Testimony under
lying.
oath, that wasn't you?
That is my testimony. I didn't even know about that until now.
Girl. She's about to
Travis
pull
McGivern
receipts.
was also present when Mr. Depp supposedly attacked you, correct?
He walked in at some point.
And you heard his testimony that it was actually you who punched Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
It's always been my own testimony that I hit Johnny.
And you who was throwing things at Mr. Depp.
I hit him in defense of my sister. I didn't have anything to throw at him. I never threw anything at him. I hit him when he attacked me and my sister. Specifically when
In
he
the
moved for
audio,
her.
you don't say
That's
nothing
when I
about your
hit him.
sister.
Since your testimony under oath, you threw nothing at Mr. Depp. Mr. McGivern's lying.
I have thrown things at Johnny,
No,
to be clear,
not
but not
thrown
that
things.
occasion.
That evening.
Not on that occasion.
Since your testimony, Mr. McGivern imagined that you were throwing things at Mr. Depp from the mezzanine level down towards where Mr. Depp and Mr. McGivern were standing.
Well, he certainly wasn't going to say it about his client.
Oh, totally.
Mr.
Rehan,
You
it's
and Mr. Depp kept a
insanity.
journal together, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
You wrote each other messages in that journal, right?
That is true.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 91. I'm only going to be showing you certain portions of this, so if we could please call this Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A. This is the journal that you and Mr. Depp kept with each other in electronic form, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could scroll through, these are all entries
Girl,
that you
who
made
the hell does the
in the
journal anymore? I don't understand journaling. I've never been one to journal. Hell, especially when you're a celebrity, it just seems like a stupid thing to do.
Is it done? Yes.
I'm going to move for the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A, and I've gone ahead and redacted Mr. Depp's writings as on hearsay grounds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Girl, she's chugging it, honey. Chug it, chug it, chug it. I don't see nothing wrong. With a little bump of coke and wine, I don't see nothing wrong. Oh, I messed up the dating. Crap for the poll. Girls, if y'all voted in the poll. There we go.
Let's start with the first page. It's a picture.
Your Honor,
It's a picture.
they haven't given me the pages yet. Your Honor.
Writing them down.
Sorry, Judy. Let's write them down first.
I shall return. Give me 1 second, girls. Hello, good morning. If you're just joining, I'm Church of Deborah, Premier Granny Streamer.
If we could please publish this to the jury.
If you're part of the
91A in evidence.
the girls members, make sure you vote for this Saturday night's
picture
movie.
That's
Prime
on
Video.
the inside cover of the Love Notebook,
you.
correct?
That's correct.
And this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp.
That's correct.
You're in Australia in this picture, aren't you?
Yes, but that's much later once
Girl,
we
he is
returned.
loaded, honey.
You can see that Mr. Depp's right hand is bandaged, right?
Yes, that's correct. That was after it had recovered significantly. That's not what it looked like during the incident we were just talking about.
So this is a picture after the events in Australia in March of 2015, correct?
Yeah, yes, that photograph was taken months later.
We have the jury look at that photograph again, please. Let's now turn to page 3. This is a note you wrote in the journal to Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
This is actually the first note you wrote to him in this journal.
I don't remember what the first note was.
The date on this note is May 22nd, 2015, correct?
That is correct. That was during our honeymoon period.
This is just a little bit over 2 months after the events in Australia in March of 2015, right?
That's correct. We were back in a honeymoon phase. That was the period of sobriety I spoke about yesterday.
When after Mr. Depp had allegedly assaulted you with a bottle, right?
It was after the stairs and it was after the Australia incident, yes. And he got clean and sober and we went back to Australia.
It's also 2 months after
Hello, Tindy, Sunny.
you punched Mr. Depp because you allegedly thought he was going to throw your sister down the stairs, right?
I hit him when he swung at my sister. And this is written months later, yes.
You
She's
thought he
got
was
some
gonna
gorgeous
throw
handwriting,
your
though.
sister down the stairs like
I
he
really
had
love her
thrown Kate
handwriting.
Moss down the stairs, right?
He swung at Whitney, and I had heard a rumor, a vague rumor about that.
Whitney Houston is
And so
dead.
it's what I thought of.
In this first message to Mr. Depp in your journal, you write, quote, "True love isn't about just the madness of passion or instead picking the safety of peace. No, it's about having both, falling madly in love with your friend. That is
Girl,
what
who
has
writes
surprised
like this
me
but a
perhaps
psychopath?
most.
This is a
That I've
psychopath
seen in
crap.
you the true bones of friendship and respect. But of course, I still, perhaps more than ever, want to rip you
Well,
apart,
Tindy,
devour you, and savor the taste. Fret not. XX.
this is some
Slim."
psychopath shit. You're
Yes,
right.
it's a love note.
If you think you're gonna make
Did I
your,
read that
she was
correctly?
gonna so
Yes, you
option
did.
this.
And
If
you're
she
Slim,
came
right?
out
That's correct.
ahead of this bitch was gonna option her
Richard, I'm now
journals
going to
into a
ask you to take
movie,
look at the very
honey.
last entry you wrote
She
in
wrote
this
it for a
journal, which
movie.
seems to be from April
Tindy,
8th.
the UK thing was about libel, honey, between the newspaper. She wasn't involved really with it in the sense that it wasn't a case with her. She wrote that, Matt. The UK libel
would be
case
April 8th,
was
2016,
just
correct?
about
I'm not quite sure. I don't see the year written
them
on
being
there. I
able to
don't
call him
recognize
a
it.
wife beater because he hit her one
It'd be
time.
a couple weeks. April 8th would be a couple weeks before your birthday, though, right?
That's
Which,
correct.
if you
Just to
construed him
confirm, this is the
pushing
note
her
you wrote
off
to
of
Mr.
him,
Depp, right?
it's really
That's what it was,
hard
yes.
to prove
And on the
live.
second page of this
You
note,
know,
you wrote
in the
the
UK,
following.
it's totally different. Tyler, thank you so much for becoming a girls, honey.
I'm sorry I can get crazy. I'm sorry I hurt you. Like you, I can get wicked when I am hurt, when I feel provoked, shattered. And last night I was. I felt abandoned about the Lily Rose thing, felt absolutely bewildered about your not coming home on my last night here, and was heartbroken and angry after many attempts in vain on my part to rectify the situation and make amends on the last night of what was otherwise a gorgeous trip with you. I am so sorry for my part. None of this is meant to be an excuse for hurting you, because the truth is, nothing is. There is never a reason good enough to hurt you. You are the last thing in the whole world who deserves it. Last person I ever meant to hurt. I love you, Steve. I am forever yours, Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Oh my God, she really does
That's
say
correct.
Slim. Matthew says I have a note that she signs it Slim but called her fat ass as an argument.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at
If
defendant's
you go to the
exhibit
community tab, girls, you
423,
can
which is
vote
already
for the
in
movie
evidence.
from this Saturday. They are all Amazon Prime picks. So please make sure you vote.
This is a picture of you with what appears to be straight red marks on your
God,
arms,
she is
correct?
so pretty.
Those are
She really
scars
is a
from the
beautiful
broken glass.
girl.
And
I mean,
they're
she is
straight
gorgeous.
and red, right?
I disagree with how you characterize that, but they are red, yes.
And they're on your left arm?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Heard, you have a history of cutting yourself, don't you?
I do not.
You cut your arm once as a teenager, isn't that right?
No, I said I wanted to. When I was put on birth control pills when I was a teenager, I felt crazy, and I said I felt suicidal.
So it's your testimony under
Her
oath that
testimony
you
said
didn't
she did
report to
cut
Dr.
herself.
Hughes, your retained psychologist, that you had cut yourself as a teenager once?
I said I had told my mom that I wanted to when I was a teenager.
Ms. Heard, we heard some testimony from you yesterday about a trip you and Mr. Depp took on a train in Southeast Asia. Do you recall that?
Oh, the
that's correct.
train, girl.
That was when you and Mr. Depp went on
The
your
Oriental
honeymoon trip, correct?
Express, honey.
That's correct.
And he
And that
filmed
was
a
in
movie
July of
about it.
2015?
Well, he
Yes,
made a
that sounds
movie,
right.
you know.
Let's take a
murder
look at
mystery
Plaintiff's
film.
Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence.
Girl, she is toasted.
You were here in this
So's
courtroom,
Johnny.
right, Ms. Heard, when
all
Malcolm Connolly
toasted.
testified to taking this picture?
That's correct.
This is the picture. This picture shows an injury to Mr. Depp's face, doesn't it?
I disagree. I've seen this picture.
Okay, Ms. Heard,
I've seen
I
this
got the
picture
answer. Thank
before,
you.
and
You
he's
disagree?
not injured in it.
He's not injured in this picture. That's your testimony. Fine.
This one is Photoshop.
Ms. Heard.
Photoshop.
Thank you.
Girl,
This is the
ain't
only
nobody
photograph from our
photoshopping that
honeymoon that shows someone
photo.
with an injury, correct?
His nose
not
is
true.
red,
We
but
haven't
it
seen any
ain't
photos of injuries to your
photoshopped.
face from that train trip, have we?
I don't believe my face was injured on that trip.
You could see the mark under his
Let's take
eye
a look
and
at
his noses.
Exhibit 91A
You could tell he's abused.
at page 46, going back to the Love Journal.
The Love Journal. Lord, honey.
This is a note from you to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
This is a note you
Who
wrote on July
does
22nd,
this? What are we,
2015.
12?
That is correct.
And it starts off with the words, "My husband, happy honeymoon," right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, please take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 91A.
I
at
love her
page
handwriting, though.
67.
Let's get out of this place that God kindly forgot. Whoa.
This is another note from you to Mr. Depp
Oh.
in your journal, right?
What the
And this one is
hell?
dated August 1st, 2015.
Girl, she's got multiple personalities in her.
And you write, "That's enough. You've held this book hostage long enough. Although I can't wait to read my note, I also couldn't wait to tell you how much I adore you.
What?
What a beautiful, extraordinary, magical, memorable, wonderful,
It
stunning,
ain't normal to swap
surprisingly evolving,
writing
and
styles
impulsive
like
adventure.
this.
I couldn't have imagined a more gorgeous honeymoon. I love you more and more every passing day. XX."
Y'all, we're not
Did I
monetized,
read
but
that
this is
right?
effing
That is
crazy.
Let's take a look at the journal entry starting on page
Girl, that would scare
68.
the hell out of me.
This is another entry from you writing to Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And this one's dated August 2nd.
That is correct, yes.
And this one is a longer one, so let's go to where it ends. on
Even
page
this
70
kind of
the
changes
journal.
handwriting from the look at the top to the bottom. How it, and then down here, it's like she's writing harder. Like, look at how it changes. This isn't normal for your
Right.
handwriting to change.
I hope that things said in anger and pain were just that, and that you miss and love me too. And that is what matters most to you. You may say you stand by everything you said and did, and that there is nothing you can learn from this.
What?
But I
Why
don't
is
feel
her
that way.
handwriting changing?
And it's important for me that you know that. I love you and I'm sorry. I miss my warm.
So this is
loving
what Johnny's over there
XX.
doing during the trial.
That is correct.
He's
word
journaling
sad,
it.
the word sad
Girl.
is crossed out.
That is true.
Next, we have a journal entry from you on page 89.
I mean, you're freaking hella rich. Both of you are hella rich. You're on a wonderful, luxurious vacation, and you're so
one's-
unhappy.
this is another
Girl,
note
get some
from
pills,
Mr. Depp.
honey.
That is correct. The whole book is love notes.
So this is dated August 15th.
Yours might change,
That is
shall I
correct.
say?
And here you
but
write,
it ain't
quote,
crazy.
My love, why do we fight? Ever. Why?
I've
I
never
love you
known
more than
anybody to
anything
like
else.
write
Are we
in
that
different fonts
uncomfortable with
though.
being
But I
vulnerable?
can totally understand
Were
that
we
if it's an
scared?
artistic
Or is
journal,
it something
seriously.
else? I don't know. But I am sure
And
of
a
one
murder
thing,
movie.
And if it's that I can't imagine my life without you. I love you. I will do better. I am sorry. X Slim. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct.
It's your testimony. This was a love journal.
That is correct. It was primarily love notes and
And apology notes from you to Mr. Depp.
Vanderpump
The book was
Rules.
more of a love note book, and part of that communication.
She needs to
obviously, Since
explain.
we fought so much, it was important for me to, try to nurture as much peace as we possibly could. And when things were good, they were really good.
Yeah, that's what the
And there's also an
psychologist talked
opportunity
about
for
her
you
with
to
a personality
apologize to Mr. Depp
disorder.
for your behavior,
When
isn't
things
it?
are good,
I
they're
think
really
it's important
good.
in every
But when they're bad, they're
relationship
bad.
to apologize when you're trying to move past fights.
Let's look at an entry from August 17, 2015, starting on page 90. Here you write, quote, I'm sorry I shook the wheels so hard. I'm sorry we've tested the shocks and brakes to this point. God damn, I love you, Johnny. I love you. I am tied to you forever. You know that? So I'm tasked with making this work for that reason and many others. Of which
This
there are many.
ain't
Let me try to
normal.
fix this.
No, it's
Let
not.
me try to patch this. Let me try to make your heart
This
better.
ain't
You deserve
normal.
it.
Make it
Hell,
stop.
maybe even I do. I need you. We need each other.
All right, I'll be
You're
right
my
back, y'all.
cornerstone, my heart, my all. You are my life. I hate it when we fight. I hate having you hurt. I hate that you're hurting. I love you more than anything. Let me prove it. I need you. I love you. Slim. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, another example of me trying to fix it. I was always trying to fix it.
Fix it by apologizing for your bad behavior?
I tried everything.
Honey,
I
you were
tried
writing this
apologizing, I
crap
tried
to get a
reading, I
script.
tried
You're trying
therapists,
to
I
option
tried
it for
everything.
Hollywood,
So that
honey.
you couldn't change like you told Dr. Cowan, right?
I couldn't change my relationship.
Let's talk about December 15th, 2015 again. Erin Filati, your personal nurse, saw you 2 days after the incident on December 15th, 2015. Isn't that right?
She did not see me as in a medical visit. She just dropped off meds in the late at night.
She saw you personally, though,
She
right?
physically saw me, but did
Yeah.
not see me in a medical sense, the way a doctor might see a patient. She did not see me in that way.
She was your personal nurse, right?
She was a nurse assigned to me. I didn't hire her. Johnny did.
She was assigned to you, and so when she would see you, it would be physically in person in your home and traveling, correct?
She would sometimes see me as like a medical professional would, and then other times she would just drop off meds and physically see me, like as in with her eyes.
You testified that during the incident on December 15th, 2015, Mr. Depp broke the bed, correct?
That is correct.
And more specifically, you described that he broke the bed frame with his boot while trying to get purchase. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 509, which is already in evidence. If we could please have that published to the jury. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture that you indicated depicts the broken bed, right?
That's exactly it.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp caused this damage to the bed with his boot, right?
He did.
Is that a pocket knife on the bed there?
I cannot tell what's on the bed.
Did you use that to damage The bed?
I did not damage the bed. Johnny's boot did when he was punching me. I could feel him slipping.
Ms. Hurd, you also testified that there was blood all over the pillows on the bed, correct?
On the pillow top, yes. That's correct.
But you didn't take a picture of that, though, did you?
I did not take a picture of this.
About a week after the December 15th, 2015 incident, you went with Mr. Depp and his children to the island of the Bahamas. Is that correct? To celebrate Christmas?
The incident was on the 15th, and we went on the 23rd, I believe.
While you were there, you did a photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
A few days later, I think the photo shoot was about 2 weeks after this assault.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 99. This is a photograph of you on Mr. Depp's island shortly after December 15th, 2015, correct?
No, this was taken weeks later.
On the island, on that trip?
It was taken on the island.
On that trip?
Yes.
Weeks later?
Weeks later.
December 15th, you traveled to the island December 23rd? That's your testimony?
It's my recollection that this picture was taken on New Year's Eve or the first day of the year. I think New Year's Eve.
And this is the photo shoot with Greg Williams, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection?
All right, 99, you can publish.
Can we please have a zoom in to Ms. Hurd's face? Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 100. I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 100 in evidence, you can publish.
Ms. Hurd, this is another picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Yes, this is the same photo shoot that you asked me about earlier, and this is several weeks later.
Right. If we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. Thank you, Tom. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. And I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
Can we just have the foundation first, please?
This is a picture from the photo shoot, Ms. Hurd, that was taken on the island.
This is the same photo shoot, yes.
Then no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 101 in evidence, you can publish.
If we could please zoom in, excuse me, Tom, on Ms. Hurd's face. It's your testimony, Ms. Hurd, that you were wearing makeup for this photo shoot?
That is correct. It's a photo shoot.
If we could please pull up Exhibit 102. Ms. Hurd, is this another picture from the photo shoot?
I can't exactly tell from the background. It looks like the same thing, but I can't really tell without it being zoomed out.
This is a picture of you, though, right?
It is a picture of me, yes.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
All right, any objection?
I'm not going to object because she identified herself. I just, if she could identify when it was taken, that would help. But I'm not going to object. I'm not
No,
gonna object.
no objection.
No objection.
Okay, there we go. 102 in evidence, you can publish.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 103.
03.
Ms. Hurd, this is yet another picture of you from that Greg Williams photo shoot, correct?
That is correct. This is from the same shoot.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection.
All right, 103 in evidence, publish.
And again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Hurd's face. And finally, if we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 104. And Ms. Heard, this is a picture of you from that photo shoot, correct?
Again, this is the same photo shoot weeks later.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 104 in evidence, thank you.
Again, if we could zoom in on Ms. Heard's face. Thank you, Tom. You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done the previous year.
And when he nodded off, he spilled wine on you, correct?
Yeah, 2-3 times in a row.
You testified that Mr. Depp's son, Jack, was there when this happened, right?
At the beginning, he was there.
He was there when Mr. Depp allegedly spilled wine on you 2 or 3 times, right?
He was there for that because he offered me help.
Right. You also testified that Mr. Depp then sexually assaulted you in the bathroom, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that after this, you needed to get away from him, right?
That is correct.
So you ran out of the house.
That's correct.
And you admit you threw something at him, right?
I did throw something at him to get away.
You sat in this courtroom when Tara Roberts testified, right, Ms. Heard?
I did.
She's Mr. Depp's manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you kept apologizing to Mr. Depp, right? That's what
No, that's
Ms.
not
Roberts
correct.
said? Begging him to come back to the house with you.
That's not correct.
Clawing at him. She used those words.
That's not correct. When she interrupted us, Johnny had me by the hair.
Yelling at him.
We were screaming, both of us, but I don't know what she would have heard.
And that she observed an injury on Mr. Depp's nose from something that you threw at him, right?
I don't know what she observed.
You also heard Ms. Roberts testify that she included all this information in a sworn statement in the UK in May of 2020. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
You put in a witness statement in response to Ms. Roberts' statement in June of 2020. Isn't that correct? In the UK?
I did several, I think 7 witness statements, and each one contained different information as per recent filings. That's what counsel has you do in that.
And in response to previous filings, correct? Including testimony from people that contradict your story?
Sort of. So what you have to do is your counsel asks you to respond to things and you put it in a declaration of sorts, and that happens back and forth over the course of preparing to go to trial in that country, and that's what I did.
So that was your 5th witness statement submitted in the UK?
I don't recall which one I was asked to comment on Tara Roberts' testimony.
I'll remind you. If we could have Ms. Heard's 5th witness statement from the UK.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to page 6 of your 5th witness statement. It's here that you describe the December 2015 incident, correct, on the island?
I haven't read through the statement. I just don't know if I had commented on it before. In a previous witness statement, as I said, there were several.
But starting on page 6, Ms. Heard, you describe the incident that took place on the island, correct?
That's correct, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure if I'd describe it in full in this statement.
Okay. I'm going to show you your confidential schedule to the fifth witness statement that accompanied the fifth witness statement in the UK. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the confidential schedule to your fifth witness statement, paragraph 1 on page 21, you describe Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in the Bahamas of December 2015, right?
That is correct.
And that's the first time you ever claimed that Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you in the Bahamas.
That is incorrect.
You only submitted the confidential schedule in the UK claiming Mr. Depp had sexually assaulted you after Miss Roberts had said that she saw you on the island chasing, clawing at Mr. Depp. Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 394. Your Honor, this is another recording I can represent to the court. This only contains Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's voices. I'm going to move to admit the entire recording. I'm only going to play from 1:17:44 through 1:20:02.
All right, any objection?
Which plaintiff exhibit, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
394.
394.
I think I have no objection. to
All
that one,
right,
Your Honor.
I'll go with that. All right, 394 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I say when I say I'm going to try and change X, Y, and Z thing or work on blah, 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 I can only do those things. And since I have been doing this thing,
What things have you been doing?
working on these things, not doing this great thing, trying to change once, less several times.
Hence, screaming when I spilt wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
I would appreciate. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Johnny.
That fucked him up, you know.
I'm sorry I fucked your son up.
No, it weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry I fucked your kids up.
You didn't fuck my kids up, but
I'm
it
so
was pretty
sorry.
fucking. It was pretty fucking weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I had one. No, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm surprised he's. It's everything for the council. I'm sure that's terrifying.
I don't need your
No, you're right. Poor kid.
your clever
It's not against me again.
comebacks.
That's so-
No, you think you're controlling yourself.
Your character.
You
is-
think you're controlling
Your
yourself.
character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see you even worse. And believing me, I'm not gonna be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I had an Ambien and think, oh, I'm gonna just fucking forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using your kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of fucking person. No doubt.
It's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
No, that's not correct. We were discussing a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about a part of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah, and Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that recording.
He would often use other people, yes.
And you challenge him to find a woman who will not, quote, jump up and scream if she has been spilled on 3 times in a row.
That is correct.
Not a woman who would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Your Honor, would this be a good time for a break?
All right, we can do that. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. We'll see you in 15, okay? Let's go ahead and come back at 10:47 then. All right, 10:47. Thank you.
All right.
Sherry? Okay. All right, thank you. You be seated. All right. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hurd, you've testified repeatedly that you were concerned about Mr. Depp's substance use during your relationship, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol yourself, were you?
I did not use drugs when I was with Johnny, like in his presence, aside from the times I testified about with you.
So you weren't concerned enough to stop using drugs and alcohol the times you testified to in front of the jury, right?
As I testified to earlier, I took drugs in Johnny's presence on those 2 occasions, early in our relationship in 2013.
So you never changed your own behavior to support Mr. Depp and his sobriety, did you?
I did a lot of changing to support his sobriety. I tried everything that I could possibly think of.
But you drank wine around Mr. Depp on a regular basis, correct?
I did drink wine.
And you took Mr. Depp to Hicksville to do, quote, laughy drugs like mushrooms, end quote, right?
That's correct.
And you testified that despite what supposedly happened in Hicksville, you decided to take MDMA with Mr. Depp on a plane to Russia in June of 2013, correct?
As I mentioned, those are the 2 occasions.
You testified that this was the last time you would make that mistake, right?
That is correct.
And when asked if you would ask Mr. Depp to get you MDMA in Australia, you said that was, quote, ridiculous, right?
That is correct.
Because you had learned your lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia.
Russia, yes, that's correct.
Girl, taking drugs in Russia?
Yours and Mr. Depp's wedding in
No,
the
ma'am.
Bahamas was in February of 2015, right?
That is correct.
So that would have been after the Russia flight.
Yes, when I did, when we had mushrooms on the island for my hen party, my wet bridal party. Before
Hen
we
party?
were not with Johnny. I was not with Johnny at the time.
Was your wedding with Mr. Depp on the island, right?
To be clear, we were both on the same island. We just weren't around each other that evening. We had kind of separate parties, a bridal party and a groom's party.
And your wedding was a month before Australia, correct?
That is correct.
And you arranged to have drugs at your wedding,
So he
correct?
had
Like I said,
a
we
cock
had
party.
mushrooms
She had
for
a
my
hen
bridal
party.
beforehand.
Okay, normal.
On the island for your wedding.
Before the wedding.
On the island?
On the island, yes.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262? This is an email you sent on February 1st, 2015, correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, hen and
I'm
stag.
going
Thank
to
you,
move to
Bryce.
admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 1262.
Any objection? Yeah, sure.
Hello, Chloe. Yeah, it's been good. This cross exam has been really good, honey. So far, for the girls members for Saturday's watch party. Oh, girl. Shelley Duvall, honey. Shelley Duvall. Girl, she looks crazy. Look at my eyes, honey. Some of these people don't look well. Some of these people don't look well. Girl, what is she doing? She's digging in her bag for stuff. Or is she trying to sell Johnny some meds, honey? Shelley Duvall, Shelley Duvall, Shelley Duvall, Shelley Duvall, Mama June, Shelley Duvall, Shelley Duvall, Steven Spielberg, Honey Boo Boo Child, Walter Cronkite. Girl, Johnny attracts some different people. I'm not trying to be mean, but Jesus. And here's the all that she wants girl. This is the all that she wants girl right here. And she probably gets ready every morning and tries to make sure she's perfect, honey. She's always dressed perfect. She reminds me so much of that girl from All That She Wants.
Your Honor, if we could please have...
She's all that, maybe. I don't know.
To the jury.
All right, 1262.
The girl that was a pretty girl, and then they make her ugly for the movie, and then they make her pretty in the end, and then the guy falls in love
This
with
is the
her.
schedule for your
Pretty
wedding
Prince
weekend,
Jr.
right, Ms. Heard?
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's a
handsome
proposed
man.
draft of a schedule. It ended up being quite different.
Do you see where it says 7 p.m. rehearsal dinner?
Yes, I see that.
And the next item on the list says, quote, after dance party and drugs and music, end quote, right?
That is correct.
So
Who
you plan
puts
to have
that in the
drugs at your
weekend
wedding
in an
to
email?
someone you
Dance,
characterize
party,
as a
and
drug addict?
drugs and music.
To be fair, we were going to have separate parties, as I mentioned. So a bridal party before this. The schedule ended up changing quite a bit, and this is a draft, clearly, that was sent before there were a lot of changes made. The bridal
So
party
your original
and the
idea,
groom's
Ms.
party were
Heard,
separate.
Ms. Heard, your original idea was
Her 200 bottle
have
of
a rehearsal
wine.
dinner with your husband, the drug addict, the monster, and then
That's
do
what she's
drugs with your
drinking. Oh, you
girlfriends
mean
on the
now? I
island
don't
after your
know.
rehearsal dinner.
I've been trying to figure it out.
I realize that's what the email suggests.
It's a
but that wasn't-
Sweetwater
No, it's not
restaurant
what it
bottle,
suggests,
so I'm
Ms.
guessing
Heard.
it's
It's what you
pre-made
said
water.
in that email.
And she
Right,
adds
but
her
what I'm trying to say
flavoring.
is that the schedule ended up changing. We ended up doing the little.
So your
as I
original
called
idea
it,
was
cuddle
to do
puddle
drugs.
before.
Yeah, your
Cuddle
original
puddle.
idea was to do drugs on an island after your rehearsal dinner to the drug-fueled monster that you were about to marry, right?
The as the email suggests, there was going to be weed on the island. This does not reference the cuddle puddle that I just referenced to you.
You like to do drugs on special occasions, right, Ms. Heard?
Hillary's
I have before.
emails.
And you did drugs again for your 30th birthday, right?
That is correct. That was a huge mistake.
Your 30th birthday dinner was on April 21st, 2016.
With celebrity,
Yes, it
you
was
can
the day
do
before my
drugs. There's
birthday,
no
correct.
consequences
You testified
because,
that Mr. Depp
you
was
know,
running late to
you're
the
basically your
celebration,
own
correct?
That
brand.
is correct.
So
You asked Mr. Depp to bring you
it's
alcohol
not like
when
you're
he
working
arrived.
with
Is that right?
a 9-to-5
So
job
the
where
utility
it would
closet where we
interfere.
kept the wine
Most of the
was
time
right by
it's-
the
you're not doing
elevators,
anything
and I also
anyways.
told him he could bring in a joint. I wouldn't bite his head off if he did.
So that's a yes.
That's correct. I told him I wouldn't be angry.
Let's look at plaintiff's exhibit
I
1263.
mean, if you make $2 million for 3 months out of the year, you don't have to work the rest of the months. Why can't you? I mean, I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying.
First of all, this one hasn't been produced. This has not. It's a brand new trial exhibit, so I don't have it. I'd like an unredacted copy, and then I'd like an unredacted copy to be shown to the witness.
All right, do you have an unredacted copy?
We can make one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach about
All
this?
right.
Girl, every time they talk about any document, this is what happens. Come on. Come on, Mitch McConnell. It's Elaine, I think. Isn't that her name? I think so. Conley and Elaine. Look at her looking at the jurors. Like, oh, poor me. Pity me. Pity me. Pity me. I made $1 million. And I had a really nice back end deal. I probably walked away after doing the Fish movie with at least $50 million plus and a happy meal. Pity me, I'm just a rich girl with not a care in the world. Pity me, won't you, dearie? I've had a bottle inside my girl. She really didn't. That was made up. Obviously. Maker's Mark bottle. Jesus, half a gallon, girl. And not at the hospital? Come on, honey. She wouldn't be able to sit in that chair, honey, if she's that loose, for God's sakes. Just be like that Paris Hilton South Park episode. She just keeps black holing everything, honey. Hello, impeccable, honey. This is the most patient judge I've ever seen in my life. Happy and patient. Bam, 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 bam. It's so hypnotic, hypnotic. Must be the tangerine. Look at her smiling at the jurors. Come on, honey. Like a girl gone wild, like a girl gone wild. Bam, bam,
I'm going to show the
bam, bam,
unredacted
bam.
messages to counsel for Ms. Heard on a laptop because I don't have a hard copy.
Okay.
Girl, you better put a... They need to keep a printer back there, honey.
What's that?
Now, Mitch McConnell's gonna be like, girl, I'm not looking at that. I can't see. I can't see. Please, sir. Can you help me sing?
So, Ms. Heard, I'm only going to...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking questions while I'm looking at this.
All right, if you could give her a moment, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh my God. She needs to help her. Oh, I thought she was going over there to pop her, honey. Could you imagine? She popped her.
I'm having trouble seeing this. Can you?
Can we hear her? Hold on. Be funny if she had a hot mic and she's like, oh, Amber's really fat in this photo. Damn. Johnny was kind of right. Could you imagine? Oh my God. Girl, the shade.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Girl, they start fumigating the laptop, spraying it down with bleach.
Any objection 1263?
Girl, thank God 11's
No,
not
you're
here
all right,
yet, because I
1263.
can't.
So,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Heard, directing your attention to the Plaintiff's Exhibit 1263. This is a text message that you sent to Mr. Depp, correct?
That is correct.
And you sent this message to Mr. Depp the day you had your 30th birthday dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you write, quote, hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are. See you in a minute. Question mark. XX. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
How are they getting cell
And then the next
service
day you
on
went
this
to Coachella and
island? By
consumed
the way, they must
MDMA
have
and
satellite
mushrooms, right, Ms.
phones.
Hurd?
I did. Johnny was not there for that.
Let's talk a little bit more about your 30th birthday. You testified about this incident multiple times, haven't you?
That is correct.
But yesterday, you told this jury that you were not called upon to provide a detailed accounting of all physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp until February 2020. Is that correct?
I testified that I had not been able to do so until February 2020 in outside of the context of a cold deposition.
Actually, I misspoke. February 2022, this year.
Right. Sorry, I did the same thing you did.
Okay. And you did that in something called an interrogatory. Is that correct?
The interrogatory response was the first time that I could do that outside of the context of being asked certain questions in a deposition.
And you testified about your 30th birthday in this interrogatory, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Nonetheless, you testified to a new detail about your 30th birthday for the first time in this court.
Hello, XX. Hello, Greg.
No, that's incorrect.
A sexual assault, no less.
I had just not placed when that happened. I was never sure if that was the same time that he did that on the night of my birthday. And I maintained that as well in my deposition.
You told this jury that the evening of your 30th birthday dinner, Mr. Depp, quote, grabbed you by the pubic bone, pubic area, end quote, pushed you down,
Jesus.
right?
That is correct.
This detail isn't in your interrogatory response, is it, Ms. Hurd?
That detail is in my interrogatory response, yes.
Let's pull up your interrogatory response. If we could please bring up Ms. Bredehoff. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, Tommy. Good morning, people.
If we can go to your interrogatory responses at page 57. These are signed under the penalty of perjury,
I'd
correct?
rather go to your pubic bone.
And you testified again to this jury that this was the first time you were given an opportunity to write down everything and include all your evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 57.
Okay.
At the top of page 57, Johnny and I were not in a good place. I begged him to make my birthday dinner. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, so starting on page 57, you start describing your birthday dinner, correct?
That is correct.
All right. On page 59 of your interrogatory response, you write, fourth paragraph down, Johnny grabbed me while holding me down, and I remember him asking me if I thought I was so tough. He asked me 3-4 times up close to my face, "You're so tough. Are you such a tough guy, huh? You think you're so tough. What are you going to do now?" I stood up at some point after getting off the ground. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And then you write after, I remember crying. I remember feeling exhausted and frustrated. And it hit me, meaning the realization of how sad it was that I was going to wake up tomorrow on my birthday without him.
That's correct.
Where in this interrogatory response, Ms. Hurd, you describe Mr. Depp, quote, grabbing you by the pubic bone, pubic area, and pushing you down?
On page 64.
Where?
Page 64, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down. Johnny grabbed me once, did this taunting thing on the side of the bed in penthouse 3. He grabbed my vagina and held me there, asked me if I was so tough.
Jeez.
You're not describing what happened after your 30th birthday?
I am. I just had not prescribed it to that date with the limited evidence I had at the time. Only in the course of looking at the evidence.
Limited evidence?
Have I put those two pieces together.
What?
But I've always said what happened.
You were upset that Mr. Depp was late to your 30th birthday, weren't you?
I was.
You knew Mr. Depp had a scheduled business meeting or a money meeting that evening, right?
No, I knew he said he did. I didn't know if he had one. Addicts lie all the time.
Oh my God.
So you didn't trust him?
I took it with a big grain of addict salt.
Addict
Mr.
salt.
Depp texted you that evening
What?
to let you know he was late, correct?
Yes, he did text me at some point.
It was a big deal to you that Mr. Depp was late to your birthday dinner, wasn't it?
Yeah, it did matter to me.
And you were upset he was late.
Well, honey, he was dealing with money.
And when he finally did arrive, you felt, quote, invisible to him, right?
I did.
The day after your birthday
Oh my
dinner,
God.
you
Grow
went
the
to
hell up.
Coachella
You're
to
rich.
celebrate
You're
your birthday.
beautiful.
Is that
You're
correct?
famous.
You made a video driving to Coachella with your friends, didn't you?
That is correct.
I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Jesus,
For the
spoiled.
record, Your Honor, this only has.
And what's so crazy is she
music
claims she
without
comes
any
from
words
poor
on it.
people, but her father was a farmer, so
Again,
you
it's
know
new ones,
they
so
got
like-
good money.
It's going
The
to be
government.
played. There is no sound other than a song.
Yes, sir.
Girls, if you're just joining us, and if you're a girls member, the 4 picks for Saturday's the 21st prime movie pick, if you would please vote, just whenever. I'm just letting you girls know it is up and it is available. And also, if you're just joining us, hello, please hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
If
1264.
we could please publish this to the jury
Evidence. Yes, ma'am.
with a sound.
Oh, ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Can we not play that? That'll definitely get an instant takedown. La da 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 da. Am I still live? It's weird. I hope I'm still live. I am still live. It must be YouTube having issues. I think it's so many people. Because I know that one lawyer had over 113,000 live viewers yesterday. So I think it's their interface for the creators.
That is correct.
And you were, quote, never alone with Starling, right?
Yeah, I just
That is correct.
unmuted.
You weren't anywhere near him.
Not alone, no.
You sat here when Starling Jenkins
Tommy, you're not
testified
on the
that he
naughty
collected you
list,
from
honey.
Coachella when you
It's
were
just the
sick,
night
right?
bot.
He picked up my entire group.
And Mr. Jenkins
Everybody can
testified,
see
quote,
what
"I
you're
collected
saying.
her,
It's
got her in
on the screen,
vehicle.
honey.
She didn't want anyone else to know that she was sick. Take her back to the Parker, which I assume was in reference to the hotel, alone. I took her to the 7-Eleven where I retrieved hydrating fluids, Advil, and let her have those. Got her back up to the Parker, got her in the suite, and then went back to pick up everyone else. You were there when Mr. Jenkins testified, right?
Yes, he was wrong.
So it's your testimony that Mr. Jenkins is lying.
He's just wrong. I don't know what his intentions are. He was just wrong about that. We were a big group of us. I wasn't alone with him.
Isn't it possible that you don't remember correctly because you were sick from taking MDMA and mushrooms
Oh.
at the same time?
I remember everything about that night.
Oh.
I'd like to play for you Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229, which is already in evidence, at 1720 through 2128.
She has mismatched earrings. I couldn't tell. What killed me about Amber Heard's little video when it was playing the song, she didn't pay for the licensed app, so it had the watermark. Girl, she is so cheap and so rich. So rich. I don't hear anything in this. Is the phone in her Jean with the bottle?
We're on the road.
The phone's got to be in her Jean.
You're not going to call your lawyers and say, stop the process. I don't want to do this. You're not going to do that. Okay, I don't want a divorce.
We don't?
I don't want a divorce. I never wanted a fucking divorce. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't want you to fucking go to Coachella without fucking talking.
Girl,
Because I
they're
left
wearing
you because
a
you
Johnny Depp
fucking
shirt.
You fucking haymakered me, man. You came around the bed and fucking start punching on me. Why?
I mean, you're a millionaire and have bad audio. Come on. He said you started punching me.
That's what really happened the evening of your 30th birthday, isn't it, Miss Heard?
No, that's incorrect.
Mr. Depp was in bed, and then you came around the bed and started punching him.
That's incorrect.
You don't deny that in the recording, do you, Miss Heard?
I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I'm not denying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not having that conversation with Johnny. I was trying to get out of that hotel room. That was a mediation attempt. That was the recording you just heard. It was us meeting in a hotel.
But you're talking about your 30th birthday.
No, we're not.
You're not talking about going to Coachella and...
Johnny's talking about that. I am not arguing with him about any of that.
Right. You don't deny anything, do you?
I'm not talking to him about that.
Okay. Going to publish exhibit, or ask that the witness
Look
be
at
shown
that.
exhibit 1265.
Johnny Depp on the t-shirt, honey. Normal.
This is you and your friends at Coachella, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's 1265 and publish it.
No objection.
All right, 1265 in evidence. Can publish it.
Whoa.
There's no injuries to you, are there, Miss Heard, visible in this picture?
You cannot see any visible
Oh,
injury, no.
Oh, that's Lady Gaga's husband. No wonder Lady Gaga dumped him. He was cheating on her. But girl, the girl to her left, the one that Johnny thought she was cheating with, you know she was bopping her. That girl's gorgeous, got a nice body, and she's, you know, bisexual. She was bopping, honey.
Miss Heard, you
Bopping and
remember during
flopping,
Mr.
honey.
Depp's
Bopping and
examination, a number
flopping.
of recordings were played, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of those recordings, you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I hope to God Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut," end quote. Do you remember that?
I do not remember what exactly I could hear of that recording. I remember I heard myself make a mention of Jack's new stepfather or potential stepfather. I can't recall.
Jack is Mr. Depp's son, right?
That is correct. And I believe I was referencing a marriage that his ex-partner was going to have or getting into, I suppose.
Smash.
You were referencing
tuna.
that
Smash tuna I can't.
Jack's new stepfather would teach him how to be a man because Mr. Depp couldn't.
I
right?
don't recall exactly what I said, but it was something to that effect.
Let's listen to some of what happened before you said that to Mr. Depp. If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 397, which is already in evidence. And for the record, it's at 3504 through 3547. And then the next clip is 3635 through 4308.
fucking suck your own dick.
What?
Everything's fine, so it doesn't go your way. And when it doesn't go your way, I'm in trouble. And you know what?
What?
I don't need you. I don't want your kind of woman. I don't
He
want
can
your kind
suck
of
his
woman.
own what?
Suck my dick.
I
Hey,
might have.
Oh, this is like a sexual thing. She's wanting him to tell her that, so she'll do it. Girl, we'll be monetizing this one. This one won't be getting monetized.
I wish I fucking hadn't bought into any of your fucking lies, your bullshit, your sober fucking presence, your fucking goodness, your sweetness, all the lies. I wish I hadn't bought into the months of you being you. I wish I hadn't bought into the promises. I wish I hadn't fucking thought I could have kids with you. You're fucking kids yourself. I wish I hadn't bought into any of the lies you sold.
I agree with this. She got with him.
You're the biggest you're the biggest fucking seller of fake fucking bill of goods. Talk about presenting yourself as
I
something
did
you're
myself
not.
as a fake
Suck my
seller
dick.
of goods.
Suck my dick.
fucking you've left nothing and I've left
Suck my
everything.
dick.
So suck your dick.
Yeah, go on.
Which is probably your next move, because it's what
Suck
you fucking need. No, I don't want to suck your dick. I don't want nothing to do with your
Oh,
fucking
because I really
midsection.
need something.
Well, go get it, man.
Because I need something. Go on.
Huh?
Fucking fuck yourself.
I
No shit, I don't. Go suck your dick.
don't want to.
It's gonna be on me, yeah.
No.
What? It's gonna be up your ass.
Have it.
It kind of is. What are you talking about? You been doing some
No,
issues? Oh, is it? What is it?
no, I'm sure Rochelle's available. Call her up. I'm sure she's available.
Maybe she is, but
I'm sure she is.
we'll see.
I'm sure she is.
I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sure she is. For her yoga blog.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm
Girl,
sure
she sounded like one of those old
That fake
style
laugh is
laughing
so
dolls.
disgusting.
I'm
man.
sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances in
No,
the
no,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance in you.
Oh,
No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else?
regret.
she's high off the
Oh, God.
conversation,
I don't
an
regret.
argument.
Oh,
She
God.
totally
Wait,
is.
honey, what else? What else other thing do you want to add?
Can't talk to
You
you when you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Fozzie
shit. What?
Bear.
Oh,
Sound
no,
like
I
a kid
want
show.
to know.
Yeah,
I want to know.
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 15 other houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man and go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house.
I wish I'd
Every
known.
man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Going
Run
through
away. I know it's
with
hard to
your
look at
You
your
see how
phone.
she's using her real
ridiculous
voice?
plan.
It's
Your
hard.
panic fucking plan.
It's hard. It's hard.
Screwing everybody else
Poor
over to
thing.
get
You're
your
right.
fucking.
I tried.
Yeah,
That's what I
you
did.
called it, TV. That's it. She's high off of it. She can't help it. She's so high off of it.
Oh,
But it
you're
don't
right.
last
You're
long.
right.
I've
I'm
been
sorry.
here
She's so high off the
Right. You gotta
argument.
figure it out.
You don't have. Figure out what you have to offer as opposed to going out and get your tits out.
You're right. That's what I do.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
London Field is excellent.
You're right. You're right.
Excellent choice.
Back to that. Well, I wonder what we else.
Thank you so much, Greg, for the
I wonder
super
what else we
sticker.
could
I
read
appreciate
from
that,
the last
honey.
6 years. Oh no, it was 4 years ago. You're right. I'm sure there's other things you can find.
Go loud.
No, I'm not laughing.
Oh, no, matter of fact,
I'm
laugh
not
here.
laughing. I'm not. It's
Oh.
serious. I'm sure you can find other things.
I know. And stripping. Man, well, there's always that. You can
You're
always
right.
go back
You can
to
write
that
a book.
for
You can
another-
write a
for
book.
another
I
10
know you can
minutes.
write a book. Oh, is this gonna be good for your book?
What?
Oh, should I just sign an NDA for your book?
You don't even
Your book.
No,
Is this
no.
gonna be good for your book?
You won't even
Is this
make
gonna be
it.
good for your book? Hey,
I'll write what
Hey.
I want. I'll write
I have a
what
good
I want.
idea.
I write what
How
I
about you
want.
sell more of your journals? You don't want to sell out or anything. Let's sell you journals. Oh, wait.
That was your idea to sell the
Hey,
journal. You were going to
you're
option
not
it, honey.
No, you're not
You
selling
don't want
out.
to sell out,
no,
Magic Mike.
No.
You don't want to
Yeah,
sell
'cause
out.
no one does.
No.
21 drunk straight when they're in their 20s. No, you're right. That's not selling out. No. When you're in your 20s, you should really know what you want. Like selling your journals.
He sold out by doing 21 Jump Street?
You're right.
Girl, that was a successful show. And put him on the map, you asshole.
I'm sorry,
6.
51. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. I don't think so.
Girl, the only thing you've ever made that I thought was good was your horror movie.
Hey, at least I didn't do like a TV show where I was heartbroken in my 20s. God, that would be like embarrassing. If only I was with someone in their 50s that could point that out to me. Imagine, Mike, you're right. When you play a non-sexualized object. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. You got it all figured out.
You don't even know what movies I've done.
If only I could
You haven't
like,
even taken an interest.
If only I could be
You know,
like
but I had to
you. If
watch
only
your
I
fucking-
could be like
I had to watch your fucking direct and you trying to like
You're a joke.
spew
You're
out
a
these fucking
joke.
lines.
She doesn't even watch his movies. That's horrible.
Yeah, I'm the joke in the industry, Amber. I'm the joke. I'm the joke. in the industry.
You know what? I've not liked everything he's done. I didn't like that
The
Transcendence.
reruns of all my bullshit are playing too loud for me to hear you. I'm gonna just go in.
But he's had some really good movies.
Aquaman.
Whatever it was.
Get her,
I was
Henry.
like-
Anymore.
I was 20.
No one cares.
Aquaman.
Washed up piece of shit.
What?
Washed up piece of shit.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Oh.
Thank you for the super sticker again,
Your
Greg.
jealousy's so tragic.
I'm sorry.
Your jealousy's so tragic. Fucking like
I can't hear
thinking
you.
that I'm going on a road with a
Tommy,
band.
Tommy, you
I
called
can't
it.
hear you.
That was wild. This is somebody in the
Told
chat.
Mr. Depp to suck your dick multiple times, didn't you?
Rayshawn. Right.
Yes, I did.
You were
Tell
talking
him
about
to go
this.
run
You
to
wanted
his
us to
15
listen
other
to this.
houses, right?
It's
That's correct.
wild.
Because that's what he would do when you behave like this, isn't it?
Eventually, he would go and stay in one of the other houses.
After you constantly
You
acted
call him
like
a
that.
sellout, don't you?
I was expressing frustration about his criticism of my career and how many problems that caused within the dynamic
You
of our
started the
relationship. Yes.
So you
criticism.
call him
He
a
didn't
sellout and a
start.
joke?
I called him horrible, ugly things.
Rayhan,
as
I'm
you can
sorry,
hear.
honey.
Sellout.
We spoke to each other in a really horrible way.
Pretty sure we just heard you speak to him in a really horrible way. You called him a
Yeah.
sellout,
I just
right, Miss
disagree.
Heard? You called him a sellout, right, Miss Heard?
I called him a lot of ugly things.
And a joke.
I called him a lot of ugly
You
things.
called him a joke on that recording. You called him a washed-up piece of shit.
I think we both called each other that on that
Girl, look at
occasion,
the
yes.
fans.
Mr.
The
Depp
Devils are
mentions
so
Aquaman,
mad.
doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Mr. Depp got you that role in Aquaman, didn't he?
Excuse me?
Mr. Depp got you that
Oh, that's
role
going
in
to trigger her.
Aquaman,
Look at her
didn't he?
sister over here.
No, Miss Vasquez, I got
I think this
myself
is
that
her
role by
sister.
auditioning.
Maybe.
That's
Mr.
how that
Depp
works.
says, quote,
Someone
your jealousy
close
is
to her.
so tragic.
I heard him say that, yes.
You were the jealous one in this relationship, weren't you, Miss Heard?
I think he was indicating I was jealous of his career.
But now you've twisted it to
Think
say
you
it was
are?
Mr. Depp. That's the jealous one.
Johnny's always been very jealous when I worked, when I did anything, friends. Yes, he's always been very jealous.
Miss Heard, I'm going to ask you to take a look at
She
Plaintiff's
asked if
Exhibit
you were the jealous one, not
120E.
Johnny, honey.
This is a series of text messages.
I mean, what's so sad
between
about
you
it?
and Mr. Depp.
She should have took the money and left. And she should have took the
That is
money
correct.
and not promised it to charity, but she was trying to create a narrative.
I'm going to move
Stop
to
the
admit
coffin. She got
and
with
publish
him
these text
and did not
messages.
realize he was
Mr. Depp's messages have been redacted.
a hard
objection?
druggie
No, Your Honor.
All right.
that has
120E in
issues.
evidence,
And
published.
that's true. And I like Johnny Depp, but it's true. Do I think all this other bullshit is real? Hell to no. But she manipulated him
Starts with a text
And she
message
did what
from
she
you
had
and
to
Mr.
do to
Depp
try
on
to get
September
out of it
26, 2015,
so she
right?
could better her
is
career
correct.
and ruin him.
You
And
write,
she
Monster is
hijacked
back.
the Me Too.
This is him. Did I read that right?
That is
It's
correct.
disgusting.
And then in the next message, you write, quote, ran away, first sign of trouble. This is not the man you promised you would be.
Oh, I'm glad
Did I read that
Eternity and
correctly?
I aren't the only ones
is
that have
correct.
troubles with Texas.
Then in the next one down, you write,
Trouble.
Swore to me
Trojable.
you would be.
Trojable.
That is
Right.
correct.
Trojable.
The non-monster.
Ms. Heard, you're talking about Mr. Depp running away from you at the first sign of trouble, aren't you?
No,
Trojable.
I'm recognizing the clues at this point when he
Now,
would
if that was Trump,
run away at the first sign of
and
trouble.
it was a
Often
true
that was a clue for
narcissist,
me
Trump
to
would
know
be
that
like,
he was
no,
back
I said
using again,
Trojable,
and that we were
and
about
it's a
to
real
enter the
word.
next phase of the
Admitted
cycle.
word.
And you describe his running away from you as the monster, right?
That wasn't what was a monster. The monster is the man who beat me up. The running away was just attached to that. It was a sign, a signal to me, as a clue, as somebody trying to put together clues that we were entering into that phase.
But in these messages, Mr.
Totally.
The
Exactly.
monster
Spot
isn't
on,
Mr.
Mr.
Depp
Lim.
doing drugs, is it?
It was always the man who did drugs and beat me up.
Look
Yes,
at
that's
the
always been monster.
actors and actors. I mean,
That's
the
not what you're
actors
saying
and the
in these
non-actors
messages.
that
That is
had
exactly what I'm saying in
had
the
successful
You
relationships.
describe Mr. Depp being
Julia
violent, do you?
Roberts and her husband. She married
I
like
do not describe that in this text message.
the light guy.
So it's a cowardly
Cher and
monster
her
this time.
husband,
No.
just a biker. Dolly Parton and her man.
And going down the page, you write a long series of text messages to Mr. Depp that don't get a response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Josh Duggar and
You write,
Juvenile
"Come
Duggar.
grown,
Lasting
face the shit,
relationship.
and we can do anything." You go on a little later to say, "Please come home. Let's apologize to each together."
Is there a spider on the wall? What are they
And
looking
continuing
at?
on page 77, you write,
What the hell are they
"Not
looking at?
go to bed mad."
Is something on the
And then
wall?
you say, "Sound okay? Sound like the priority in the
Or is it,
long
oh,
run?
that's probably where the monitors are. Okay.
Come home. Don't be the monster. Be the man. Please. Please call me."
Let me remind you what you
Please.
said. S-A-O-D,
Continuing on
said.
page 78.
Said. Please remind me what you said.
I don't want the monster. I need my man. I need to talk to you. Please, Johnny. Don't force me to be something else to you. This is taking me for granted, and I can never stop before this turns into something far darker.
My God, TB.
Describing yourself in that text message, right?
The exact opposite. I'm trying to interrupt him starting a new cycle where he starts using again. I'm
He's
trying
not responding
desperately
to you, Miss Heard.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to desperately stop him.
Please,
Please
Johnny,
answer the
period.
phone,
Don't
you
do
say.
that.
Doesn't this mean anything to
Please
you?
answer the
And
phone.
it goes on. And I won't read all these messages, but you're saying, "Please answer," over
Girl,
and
does
over
she got her,
again.
this lady's got her leg
Right?
It
kicked
was
up
very
on one of
important
the
to me.
other
I was running out of
banisters.
time and I was trying desperately to stop him.
He wasn't with you, Miss Heard.
Exactly, which is how I knew it was about to get a lot worse.
Girl, you have
He would leave,
A broken
use,
foot?
and come back way worse with way
No,
less
that's not
reality,
true. He would
with more
leave at his
delusions,
houses and
keeping more
stay,
drunk,
and
keeping
you would
more
chase
strike
him.
everything after
I was trying to stop
the
that.
answer to her question.
You're right, she was responding.
I'll overrule the objection. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a situation where you were trying to get Mr. Depp to pay attention to you. Isn't that right?
No, I was trying to stop him from using.
And because he ran away from you at the first sign of trouble, you call him a monster.
I was
right?
trying to stop him from
Oh,
turning into the monster.
girl,
the drugs
stop.
are the,
Amber,
are the key that
stop.
opened the
Who
door.
was the real
Amber.
monster in this relationship, Miss Heard?
Lives in Johnny, half of Johnny. It's not all of Johnny. The other half of him is wonderful and beautiful and the man I love.
I'd like you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 120F.
I wish Amber could get help. I think she does love him, but I think she's just crazy and it's sad.
There's another
She
set
ain't
of text
well,
messages
honey.
between
And they said there's
you
no
and Mr.
pills
Depp.
for this
Is that correct?
disorder.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 120F in evidence. You can publish.
This is a set of text messages, and it's from October 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you sent all of these messages to Mr. Depp on October 22nd, 2015. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Same thing was happening here.
And again, I'm not going to read them all, but
I mean,
you
them
start off
having
again
their
by
own
trying to
private
get Mr. Depp's
nurse.
attention, right? You
Girl.
write, "Please come home."
That's
I was trying
drugs.
to stop
That's a
another
drug
vendor.
mule, honey, and that's
You
all
write,
that
"Please come home,"
is.
right?
You don't
That
pay.
is correct.
Please answer. Don't break
You're
us
paying
up.
them $500,000.
Please answer. Please.
Almost a week. I mean,
And
a
continuing
month.
on page 97, you
That's
write,
drugs, honey.
"Give me some piece of your heart. Please, no fight, I promise. Please, no fights. Please, just pick up. Please give me 2 minutes. I'm dying. Please. And continuing on page 98, you write, please come home. Please come home, Baba.
Yep,
I'm so sorry.
That's it, Marshall.
Actually, you didn't say Baba, you said baby. Apologies.
Oh my God, Baba.
And it goes on. Did I read those correctly?
That is correct. That was another time I'm trying to stop.
Baba. How is
This is what would
Baba
happen when
formed?
Mr. Depp would try to take some space from you, right?
No, this is what would happen when Johnny had moved into the next phase of the cycle, decided to use,
No,
and our
Ms.
lives
Heard.
were getting a lot worse.
Miss
Ms. Heard,
Heard?
I'm talking about your actions. This is what you would do to Mr. Depp when he would leave you. You would harangue him.
I would try
Isn't that
to.
correct? You
I
would
would try-
harangue him.
Your Honor, at least let her answer the question. She interrupted you.
That's fine. Go ahead and answer the question.
I do not think I would characterize my behavior that way. I was trying to stop him from using.
You were texting him incessantly. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
It was imperative for my life.
Ms.
It was
Heard,
very
my
important
question is
to me.
much more simple.
Oh?
You were texting him incessantly.
I would
Yes
try
or no?
everything to
Ms.
get a
Heard?
hold of him and
So
to
that's a
stop
yes.
the cycle.
That's a yes, right?
I would try everything to stop the cycle. It was that important to me.
And he's the monster for not responding to you.
I can't live, living is without you.
The monster was not the guy who needed space. The
Not
monster
for
was
doing
who he
drugs.
was when he came back.
Not for doing drugs, Ms. Heard. Not for being violent. Just for needing space. That's when you called Mr. Depp the monster.
Incorrect.
Let's listen to Defendant's Exhibit
Oh.
598C, which is voting
That's
evidence.
right, Baba Yaga. Thank you, Rayhan.
And let's not do this anymore. Because I'm really
Batteries to
frustrated.
be.
And I'm really, really, really sick
Hold
of
on,
this
I'll turn it up for you
argument.
girls.
Okay, so let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
Please, it causes me so much stress when you leave, when you walk away from me with that. It's like you're.
'Cause she can't
you don't
control the
understand how much
situation.
worse you're making this.
I can't believe this.
Please, you're making it worse for me.
Okay, I'm sorry
Because
for
you want to be in
Please, I'm
control.
only trying to tell you so that you know you're causing me immense stress right now when you walk away like that. There's no reason to be mad.
Well, then say goodbye. I haven't walked away. You're not saying goodbye. You won't let me fucking leave. Let me
Oh my
leave.
God. Stop rushing me! Stop pushing me in the corner and then poking me with a stick and then saying, why are you saying the words you want me to say? Stop poking me! Stop rushing me! Stop throwing me against the wall and going, what? You don't like that wall? You don't like the fucking
Yep,
wall?
that's it, Greg.
Stop pushing me!
Remember? I'm not pushing you. I'm not rushing you. I said, I need space. I don't want this conversation anymore right now. I need space. And I will take my space. Whether you like it or not, I will take it. And you will take your space.
I'll
if you
take
keep
your space. Yeah.
halting
I'm not doing anything
this
to you.
and continuing
I'm
with
not
the rhetoric.
continuing it. I'm begging you to stop.
I don't. Okay, stop. I'm stopped. Stop. Now I have to go. Okay? So we will speak to each other in a couple of hours. Okay? And I'll give some kind of revelation that makes you feel better. You know? I hope I do too. But we'll just see when I get home. We'll just talk, or we won't talk, or we'll finish this, or we won't finish it. But this is not love. This is not happiness. This is not.
Please stop doing this. Please, you're causing me so much fucking stress. I'm gonna die at this age. I'm gonna fucking die. You're causing me so
In
much
your
stress.
20s,
Please
you're gonna
stop.
die. Annie.
Please,
Girl, where's
I have a heart attack
Cher?
almost every day. Please stop. Please
then what are you
stop
doing? Why-
doing it. Please stop. He's so fucking mean.
Why
You're
are
a
you
fucking
with me?
bully. Stop. Please stop. I've been begging you not to fight. I just said, can we please have a normal argument? Just even a normal conversation, fucking normal argument. And for the last hour, I've been begging you to please just leave it at that. Let's just go on with our night. I would have been able to come in with you. We would have been able to let it go in a few minutes. It would have been fine. If we allowed ourselves to have fucking normal arguments. Please, you're killing me with this. You're killing me. You're fucking killing me.
He can't control the situation, so this is all she can do. And
Sean,
it really does bother
could you,
her.
Please.
It probably
want you to
does. I mean,
just
it's
go.
probably,
I want
it's
you to
almost
take
like a
your
tick
medicine
with these
or
people.
whatever. I'm sorry
you know
that
what I
I've
mean?
upset you
Yeah,
this much.
Thank you, Sean. I'm ready to go. Thank you so much.
I'm really sorry.
I'm really ready.
It's you and Mr. Depp in the recording, correct, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You just won't let him go, will you?
That's not true. We were outside of his studio and he wanted to go and use. It was a pretext. The claim that he was upset with me
This
was a
her trying to
pretext so that
tie
he
it
would
into
go and-
drugs
go
is
on
the
a bender.
biggest
I knew
lie
that pattern
ever.
by the
That
time
is
this
not,
recording happened.
your actions have nothing to do with you being worried about drug use,
It's
Sandy.
your testimony now that you were outside Mr. Depp's
Oh my
studio?
God, this is insane.
I believe that
And he
that
was going to go
recording was.
use?
Excuse me?
He was going to go use drugs?
Yeah, she never
That's your
brought up
testimony now?
being using.
We were outside his studio, his man cave house, if you will, in the car, I believe, during that recording.
And he was going to go inside and use.
That was the pattern. And as you can hear from my voice, I'm very, very, very scared of entering into the next cycle under what I had been conditioned to understand we were at that point in our relationship.
That's not true, is it, Ms. Heard? Mr. Depp was trying to go inside his house to see his daughter, Lily Rose.
She might have been over that day, but
So
that's not
it's your
what he was
testimony
getting out of
now?
the car to do, and that's not what I was stopping him from doing.
Let's play the beginning part of that recording where Mr. Depp tells you that he wants to go inside to see his daughter.
And let's not do this anymore, because I'm really getting frustrated. And I'm really, really, really sick of this argument.
I'm sorry.
Okay? So let me go, and you go, and I'll speak to you in a couple hours. Okay? Okay?
Stop. Okay.
Why are you saying stop?
Because
May
you're being
I
so-
go?
We'll circle back to this, but it's your testimony that you were outside Mr. Depp's studio.
We were in the car.
You were in the car outside of Mr. Depp's studio,
That's correct.
and he wasn't telling you, please let me go inside my house to see my daughter. He was indicating to you that he wanted to go inside to do drugs. That's your testimony.
I know my testimony is that I knew what he was going inside to go do. On
What?
the stage of the cycle we were in, I knew the patterns by then, and I was desperately out of time trying to interrupt that cycle.
Girl, Amber, you're...
Let's go to May of 2016.
This, like, all she does is lie. Girl, I don't know
yesterday,
how.
Ms. Heard,
There's no way
Ms.
she's going to
Butterhoff,
win
the
this.
attorney,
I mean,
showed
I'm
you
not
some
saying Johnny's
pictures,
going to win either, but there's no
on
way
May
she's going to
21,
win.
2016. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 710, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph taken of you on May 21st, 2016. Do you recall?
Yes, that's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, if we could please do a split screen, Tom, and also pull up Defendant's Exhibit 714, which has already been admitted with redactions. Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that this is a photograph that was also taken on May 21st, 2016, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
although the one to the right might have been taken the next day. I can't be sure. The reason I say that is because there's light in the background. So it looks like it was taken in the daytime, which means maybe it was the next day.
Didn't you testify that you took different lighting, pictures in different lightings on May 21?
That is correct, yes.
And you're wearing two thin necklaces in this picture on the right. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You testified that these pictures were taken the same night.
The one on the right looks like it was taken in the daytime because I can see the daylight behind me.
But you testified that they were taken the same day.
I don't know if I think I testified that they came from the same incident of the same day, not necessarily taken on the same day.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 712, which has already been admitted. You testified yesterday this is another photograph of you on the night of May 21.
That's correct.
And keeping this exhibit up, can we please do a split screen and also pull up defendant 713, which has already been admitted? Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday. This is also a photograph of you from the same night, correct?
That is correct.
You testified yesterday that the only difference between these two photographs is that the light was turned on.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
The light is on both of these pictures, though. Isn't that right?
It looks to me like the one on the left has the vanity light, the makeup lights, you know, the more yellow-hued ones that go around the mirror on, and then the one on the right looks like it doesn't have those.
Isn't it true you just edited these photographs?
No, I've never edited a photograph.
Why don't we
Didn't
have
you
the
just enhance the
metadata?
saturation for one of these photos to make your face look more red?
Yeah.
No, that's incorrect. I didn't touch it.
Okay.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Mr. Isaac Baruch testified to seeing you the week after May 21, 2016, correct?
I was here.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you on May 22nd while you were changing the locks of your penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. I just don't know if he was right about the date, but I do remember him saying that.
Testified it was his birthday, the day after his birthday.
I believe it was.
Mr. Baruch testified that he saw you repeatedly in the days following also, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Baruch testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face, correct?
That is what he's testified to.
You were also here in this court when Mr. Sean Bett testified to seeing you on the evening of May 21, 2016. Is that right? You were here.
That's correct.
Mr. Bett also testified that he saw no marks or injuries on your face that evening, correct?
I realize that's what he said.
You were sitting here in this courtroom when Officer Melissa Sines testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, right?
I saw her testimony, yes.
And you heard Officer Sines testify that she did not see any injuries on you that night, correct?
I heard her testify she did not consider this injured.
No. Miss Officer Sines testified that she met with you and she did not see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct?
She did not consider this injury.
Ms. Heard, my question is a bit more nuanced.
So is my answer.
Girls, just a little shameless plug if you would like the video. Tonight I will be going live here on Church of Deborah on the YouTube. We'll be doing another live stream tonight, just some fun at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And also, girls, in the Discord at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be a new, fresh, fun, live Pricey Pranks radio show. So make sure you come and listen to that. Even if you're not active in chat, you can put it on and listen. Pricey really puts a lot of time and effort into his records. He collects just wonderful records and remasters them. He uses like a $2,000, $3,000 machine to do it. It really is a wonderful, wonderful DJ'd and remastered radio show, I must say. Just beautiful music. And that's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on this Tuesday, girl. It really is a wonderful show. A lot of work, a lot of curation. If you're into a lot of the older musics, big band style music, just wonderful music. Oh my God, fractured as soon as he gets back on Twitter.
I think they might be confusing the witness. My question is more nuanced. You sat in this courtroom while Officer Sines testified that she saw you the night of May 21, 2016, face to face, and didn't see any injuries on your face. Isn't that correct, Ms. Heard?
I believe she was testifying about these photographs, and she said that I was not injured in them.
Is it your testimony under oath now that Officer Sines testified that she saw injuries on you when she saw you in person on May 21?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was testifying that I know that that's what Officer Sines said, that she didn't consider my red, puffy face injured. That's what she said.
the red, puffy face, that was your counsel's question, correct?
That was
She
her
said-
testimony in the UK.
That's incorrect, and you know that, Ms. Heard.
I disagree.
It's just inconvenient for you that Officer Science didn't see injuries on you on May 21, 2016.
It
Isn't
doesn't
that right?
matter what's convenient for me.
Right. Officer Tyler Haddon also testified by deposition about being called to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21, 2016, and he also testified no injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that correct?
They both said that they did not consider me injured.
They did not see injuries on your face on May 21, 2016. Isn't that what their testimony was?
What their testimony was is that they did not consider what my face looked like to be injury. They didn't consider what they walked on in the house damage, but it was.
You were sitting here when Officer William Gatlin testified by deposition about being called on May 21 to the Eastern Columbia building, and he also did not observe any injuries on you, did he? And that's what he testified to.
He didn't even know which one I was.
No, I think we all saw on video camera you identify yourself. Isn't that correct?
I had to because of how far away he was. He didn't even know who he was
But
there
after
to
you
see.
identified yourself, he looked at you. Isn't that correct?
From a distance, yes.
And he didn't see any visible injuries either.
From
did he?
a distance.
I don't know what he saw.
He testified that he didn't see any visible injuries, did
I
he?
would believe that he didn't, yes.
Hold on one
We
second.
were
I'll
also in this
get the
courtroom when
Discord link.
Alejandro Romero, who
going.
worked at the front desk at the Eastern Columbia building, testified about seeing you on May 25th, 2016. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. I think he said the 25th.
Yeah. And Mr. Romero testified that he didn't see any swelling or bruises on your face when you were talking to him at the front desk.
He wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't have, even though he had a habit, because his parents taught him correctly, to look into someone's eyes when speaking to them. Isn't that correct?
I know that's what he testified to, yes.
I mean, who doesn't look at somebody when they talk to them? That'd be kind of weird.
Temporary restraining order.
Hey,
on
how are
May
you
27th,
doing? Oh, okay.
2016,
You doing
because
good
he wanted
today?
to
All
change your
right.
locks. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Those locks were to the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But you changed the locks to the penthouses on May 22nd, 2016.
I attempted to.
That's why you felt comfortable having James
Hello,
Franco over
Donnie.
the
Good
evening of
morning,
May
honey.
22nd, 2016, Ms. Heard?
I do not know when James came over.
Okay, let's remind you. Can we please
Well.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 304, which is already in evidence?
Yep,
and
they're going to bring
play
it about James Franco
from
cheating.
254 through 439.
Though I don't blame her. Who wouldn't cheat with James Franco? Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Can we be honest? Oh my God, she is a mutant. Look at her. She's got a cape. She's a superhero. Girl, Windows Media Player. Oh no. She's gonna be like, let me refresh your memory, and have a nude picture of James Franco. Does he really need a book bag, though? Like, does he really just travel around with a book bag? I love how they keep their heads down because they know they're celebrities. It's like, girl, people already know who you are. Girl, Tommy, James Franco can throw me into a forest fire. Girl, I know. Girl, but does he need that big of a book bag? Is he still selling drugs even now he's famous?
That's you and Mr. Franco on May 22nd, 2016, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you're taking him up to the penthouses, aren't you?
That's where I lived, yes.
And it's past 11 p.m. at night. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure of the time it looked like that.
Uh-huh.
Why don't we pull that video back up?
Girl, pulling it back up, honey. Look at the way she's looking at her.
22:51. Almost midnight, right?
All right, here is the Discord link. It is the
almost 11 o'clock at
PG-13
night.
Discord. Just letting you know.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town the week of May 21, 2016, didn't you?
Whoa.
I don't know what I knew of his schedule at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was out of town on May 27th when you went to get the domestic violence restraining order. Isn't that right?
I don't know if I knew that at the time.
You knew Mr. Depp was heading out on a European tour that week. Isn't that right?
I'm not quite sure what I understood of his schedule at that time.
You knew he wouldn't be back for weeks, right?
No, that's incorrect.
Let's go back to that recording. It's Defendant's Exhibit 598.
Girl, she got a sticky note, honey.
So you testified that you and Mr. Depp were in the car outside of his studio. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were trying to prevent him from going into his studio to do drugs, right?
Yeah, to effectively start another cycle.
Right. Not that Mr.
Such
Depp
a
was just trying to go into
Theranos.
his house to see his
Yeah,
daughter,
you
right?
sure
His daughter
knew
might be
the
one of the people that was in the house at that time, but that's neither here
Or
nor
low
there.
point.
Testimonies now,
Prevented him
Mr.
from entering a cycle.
Your testimony is now that
Psycho.
Mr. Depp
Yeah,
does drugs in
yeah.
front of his children.
Well, first of all, I know he does. Second of all, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have stopped him from using with his friends, which is the problem, not whether or not his daughter was there.
Okay. What was your
Let's
jug of
play,
choice that you
please,
snorted off
Defendant
James
598
Franco's
at
junk?
49:48 through 50:35. 50:35.
Wrong button.
I'm itching. I don't want to be doing this. I want it just to... Why don't you just say, okay, baby, I understand. I'll go home, and you do your thing, hang out with your daughter, and then I'll see you in a couple hours, and we'll talk about it. Is it that difficult to say that? Or you just fucking hate me, and you want to be shitty about it? Please. Just fucking... It's not that difficult. Okay? I don't want to stand here in a driveway and argue with you.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Please? Please. Just let me know if you're gonna go somewhere. Just let me know, please, so I know.
And almost an hour later, you're still arguing with Mr. Depp outside, right?
I don't know how long that argument lasted, no.
He's like Madonna, fractured.
Ms. Heard, you testified about
When he
seeking
knows
domestic
he's recording,
violence
he
restraining
does
order
the
against Mr.
accent. But
Depp,
when she
correct?
records, he really doesn't
Yes, I
have
have.
it.
And how you wanted to do
It's
it discreetly?
it's the Madonna
That's correct.
thing. He wants to be
That you
more
wanted as
than
much
you know
privacy as
what he
you
was
could
born
have?
as.
Yes, that's
he
correct.
tries to
And how
escape
you walked out
it,
to a
just
sea
like
of
she
paparazzi
girl
and
born in what
cameras and photographers,
Michigan.
right?
That is correct.
He's from Kentucky or
this overwhelmed
Tennessee.
It was overwhelming,
They
yes.
both lived in
So
the
you didn't want
UK
this attention on
and
you?
That is correct.
in Europe.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 800, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Because now Madonna doesn't even use it anymore as much like she used to. But oh my God, that one time, that Madonna accent.
This is a photograph of you taken inside the courthouse when you obtained the DVRO, correct?
That's correct.
And your friend Raquel Pennington took this photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Because you needed to document your time at the courthouse getting a DVRO?
Such a sad movie, but a
She
good
just took a
movie,
picture
right,
of me.
hon?
I'm assuming it was in relation to my divorce, yeah.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 801, which has already been admitted into evidence. Ms. Heard, this is another photograph of you taken inside the courthouse, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Were you having a photo shoot inside the courthouse while you were getting a DVRO?
I would not characterize it that way, Ms. Vasquez.
You have a mark on your face, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You didn't use your bruise kit this time to cover it up?
No, it was the only day I actually walked out of my house without makeup on. I had to be stopped. My best friend saw me in the bathroom starting to put makeup on and told me not to.
Oh my God. And
please pull up Exhibit 1?
I am done.
That's plaintiffs at 1.
Yes, thank you.
I am done.
It's already been...
Girl,
admitted into
she
evidence.
is low-key reading her.
You wrote this op-ed, right, Ms. Heard?
With the help of the ACLU, yes.
That's what you testified to in this courtroom, right?
That is correct.
And this was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Aquaman was released on December 21st, 2018, right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
And that was your first big blockbuster, big budget role, right?
I disagree.
Girl,
but
New
it was
Homes
the first time I
Guide
had like a
getting
leading
so much
role
press
in a
out of
movie
this.
that size, yes. Well, second time, yes.
What was your first time?
But the first one was the film I talked about before. I mean, yesterday, Justice League. It introduced the character. So, you know, technically, it was the second one.
But you were the love interest in Aquaman, correct?
That is correct.
Now, at least parts of this op-ed are about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
It's about what happened to me after.
You sat here during opening statements when your attorney argued that the context of your statements in this op-ed matter, correct?
That's correct.
So let's go through some of that context. He wrote here, quote, "Friends and advisors told me I would never work again as an actress, that I would be
Oh,
blacklisted."
totally right, honey.
That is
You're
correct.
referring to your accusations of domestic
That's how you know it's all
violence against Mr.
bullshit.
Depp in the statement,
Of
aren't
all
you?
the, she has an iPhone.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
She takes
You're referring
photos.
to your accusations
Believe me,
of
if he hit
domestic
her,
violence
girl, she'd have had
against Mr.
video.
Depp in the statement, aren't you?
In general, I'm referring to being associated with domestic violence.
And you're referring to what you claim happened
4K,
after you got an
3D,
ex-parte domestic violence
sonar.
restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
What
right?
the hell is this?
Are you
Girl,
asking
what
me
is she
if
going
that's
to a
what I'm referring
prom? Who is
That's what you're
this?
referring to.
What are you
correct?
wearing,
Can you
honey?
just give me the question again? I'm sorry.
You're referring to
Going
what
to
you
court,
claim
not a funeral
happened
prom.
after you got an ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp in May of 2016.
That's correct.
You also wrote, quote, "Questions arose
What's the
as
girl
to whether
from,
I would be able to keep my role of
Bridesmaids,
Mira in
the main
films
actress,
Justice
the
League and
comedian.
Aquaman." This is also referring to your accusations of domestic violence.
Comes into the
against
course
Mr.
handing
Depp,
out
right?
movie theater 3D
This
glasses,
is referring
totally.
to what happened to
Had
me
James
after I got
Cameron
my
film
PRO,
this
my
abuse
restraining
scene
order.
with me?
Against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
These questions arose only after you accused Mr. Depp of
Kristen
domestic
Wiig
violence
over
in May
here.
of 2016, allegedly, right?
Yeah, from the time I
Aquaman
got the
was
TRO,
good.
being associated with
I agree,
domestic
Donnie.
violence, that's what it's in reference to.
Reminded me
yes.
like Indiana Jones.
You also wrote, quote, "Imagine
was
a
good in
powerful
it.
man as
She
a
was
ship
wonderful
like
in
the
it.
Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes.
But
Not
she's
because
just
they believe in or
a
care
sick
about the
person.
ship, but because their own fate
that
depends
lies.
on the enterprise." In this op-ed, you're saying Mr. Depp is a ship, right?
I'm making an analogy.
Well,
to
her
a
fight
powerful
scenes
man
weren't
as a
underwater.
ship.
I mean, she had a few,
powerful
like
man you're
smaller
referring
ones,
to
but
in this
her
analogy
major
is Mr.
fight
Depp,
scene was
right?
above on land, honey.
I was talking about
And it was,
a
oh my
bigger
God, it
issue,
was so
actually, than
amazing.
just Johnny. I was talking about what we as a
The wine.
as a country were talking about at the time of writing this, which is when powerful men in general do something horrible or something they shouldn't, how there is a system in place to protect them, clean up after them, maintain them afloat.
Yeah, James
You know,
Wood
this
is a good director.
a reference to not just Johnny, it was about what was happening as a culture when we were addressing a lot of Me Too issues for the first time.
The iceberg is you in this analogy, right, Ms. Heard?
I would not say that. That was not what I intended to know.
So this is another reference to your accusations against Mr. Depp.
No, this is about what happened to me once I left that relationship and got a TRO and became associated with domestic violence.
Right. But it's your testimony that this op-ed isn't about Mr. Depp, right?
It's about what happened to me after. That's
It's
correct.
about your experience after obtaining a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct, among other things.
But it's not about Mr. Depp.
It is not about him,
Mr. Depp is making it about Mr. Depp, right?
ironically.
It's kind of like that Carly Simon song, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh,
Let's talk
she
about the
tied it back
defamatory
to the
statements in the op-ed
song.
that you also claim are not about Mr. Depp.
Girl.
Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. This is about Mr. Depp, isn't it?
No.
You wrote this in 2018, right?
Exactly.
And 2 years prior was 2016,
But it
right?
is about Johnny Depp.
That's true.
Honey.
That's correct.
So
It's not about
May of
Johnny. It's about what happened to me
Ms.
after.
Heard, my question was May of 2016 is 2 years prior to December of 2018, correct?
That's correct.
All right. May 2016 is when you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence, right?
I got my restraining order at that time.
And you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence.
Yes, that was attached to my restraining order, so yes.
May of 2016 is when you sought a restraining order against Mr. Depp.
That's correct, and I had to provide testimony for that.
Right. And May 2016 is when you walked into court with a mark on your
Girls,
face
don't forget to
obtain that
vote
restraining
if you're a
order.
girls
Yes or no?
member for the
That was
Saturday
the day
night
I walked
movie.
into court with a bruise on my face. Yes.
Video poll, please.
And you were photographed
In the
with that mark on your
membership
face,
section
weren't you?
of the channel.
I walked out to a bunch of photographers, yes.
May 2016 is when you told the world that Mr. Depp had physically abused you during your relationship. Isn't that right?
That I had to provide testimony as part of my restraining order application, yes.
And that's how you became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Right, Ms. Heard?
From that point on, yes.
That's when you claimed you faced our culture's wrath,
That's
right?
when it started, yes.
But it's your testimony under oath that this statement is not about Mr. Depp.
It is not. It is about what happened to me afterwards. That's the more interesting thing for me to write about.
The next statement reads, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. This is also about Mr. Depp, isn't that right?
Not just about him, but he is included in that, yes.
He's the man you accused of abuse 2 years prior to this op-ed, isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, but I wrote this op-ed in the context of many men at the time that were public figures or in this public eye being accused as well. So it was a reference in general to a larger phenomenon, not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Not just Johnny.
Okay. And then you write, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. This one's also about Mr. Depp.
I did not write that.
Well, you've accused Mr. Depp of sexual violence in this very courtroom, haven't you?
Yes, but I was intending to keep that private when this was published. I had not publicly ever accused him of that.
I'm going to move to strike everything after the word yes.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may not have written this title, but you published it, didn't you?
I did not publish a title. I retweeted the article that included the title in it because that was the article.
Let's pull up, please, Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. This is a tweet from your Twitter account on December 19th, 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, oh, it's already in evidence?
It is in evidence. Yes.
Thank you. So on December 19th, 2018, you tweeted, quote, today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post.
It's
Did I
in
read that
evidence
right?
because we've seen it
correct.
before.
And the tweet includes a link to the op-ed we were just looking at, correct?
That's correct.
And you can see that the title of the op-ed in your tweet is, quote, opinion, Amber Heard. I spoke up against sexual violence, right?
Yes, you don't get to change the title of an article you're retweeting.
And that's the title that you put on your Twitter, correct?
I did not put it on my Twitter, no.
You linked it to your tweet.
I retweeted the article.
You published it.
I retweeted a link to an article that I wrote.
And you published it on your Twitter account. All right.
I retweeted it.
You testified yesterday that you didn't have any control over the title, and just now, of the op-ed when you retweeted it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
This wasn't a retweet, though, right?
A tweet? Perhaps not retweet. I'm not quite sure.
It was
I guess
a tweet.
It was a tweet. I misspoke. Excuse me. Tweet, not retweet.
You included a link to the electronic copy of the op-ed in your tweet, right?
That's what I was trying to say earlier, and I might have misspoke. It's like I'm
Wait,
trying
he
to
put the
attach it.
bottle in her Twitter?
So you included a link, right?
Yes,
to the
that's
op-ed.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So you must have seen the title of the electronic version of the op-ed before you tweeted it, right?
I may have. I
Oh,
just
I
didn't
like
notice it.
this lawyer, Donnie.
Not very careful about what you
She
publish,
has
are you, Ms. Hood?
really
I just didn't
served
notice the
Henny
title.
and broke down
You didn't
Amber's
need to include
case.
the link to the electronic version of the op-ed in your tweet, did you?
How else would I have linked it?
Well, you didn't need to include the link to tell the world that today you had published this op-ed in the Washington Post about women who are challenging their rage and about violence and equality into political strength despite the price of coming forward. Right?
I couldn't attach it with a paper clip.
No, but you didn't need to attach it at all to tell the world
Oh, I
that
see what
you
you're
had
saying.
published an op-ed.
No, the goal was to tweet about it and to provide a link so that people could read it.
The op-ed is in your name, right?
That's correct.
So if you had noticed the
I
title,
mean,
of the
Amber's just trying
electronic
to
version of the
lie.
op-ed
You
before
retweeted it with the
included it in tweet,
intention
you could have asked the Washington Post to
that
change
you
it.
agreed with the
Is that right?
title.
No, that's not.
But you didn't do that, right? You never asked the Washington Post to change the title.
I didn't notice it, and I didn't ask them, nor do I think I needed to.
At the bottom, do you see that there's another tweet from December 19th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
And in this one, it reads, I am honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights.
Getting
Did I
that
read
check,
right?
Henny.
That's correct.
So you announced your ACLU ambassadorship the same day you posted the op-ed on your Twitter.
I
Is
think
right?
that was always the plan, is to attach the article with the announcement that I was an ambassador.
Your Honor, if I may, would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
No, it's too
No.
early.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
We gotta keep
We're
going
getting
at least
hung
till
up on
Okay.
Twitter, Donnie, because this whole case is defamation case about
Ms. Harden
her
testified
attacking
yesterday
his
about your counterclaim against Mr.
his,
Depp in this
you
case.
know,
Do
his
remember that
career
testimony?
Yes, I do.
and
Your
himself,
counterclaim
and
is
it
based on
all
3 statements
lies
made by Mr. Depp's
on
attorneys,
the
Adam
article
Waldman. Is
from
that
the
right?
Washington Post, the op-ed.
That's correct.
And she was
We looked
trying
at those
to,
3
she
statements
states
yesterday,
that
right?
her op-ed
correct.
had nothing to
And
do
your
with
first
his
statement was
career
from an April 8th, 2020 article.
being
right?
That's correct.
falling apart. But it
That's
does.
defendant's exhibit 1, 2, 4,
Because that's when
5,
everybody
been
started
previously
firing
admitted.
him.
Would you please pull that up? Thank you. If we could please publish that. Thank you. We can scroll down to the 8th page. Mr. Waldman's statement is buried on the 8th page of a 12-page article. Is that right, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know how many pages are here.
She
Well,
she wrote
this
the
is the
article,
8th
but she
page.
did have insight
go to
into
12.
the title, because there's emails from the ACLU where she even goes, how close can we get this to skirt it? Because I did sign an agreement with Depp that I would not, come out against him.
Let's pull up, please, defendant's exhibit 1246, which has already been admitted.
Oh? Zip it!
And if we could please go to Mr. Waldman's statement on page 10. And go on
I'm
to
so
page
sick of
11.
these
the-
coughs. Please get out of this courtroom coughing. The officers came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and
Mr. Waldman's
interviewed,
statement, right?
and left after
That is
seeing
correct.
no damage to the face or
I
property.
think it's Mr. Waldman speaking on behalf of Johnny, yes.
You don't have any evidence of that, do you, Ms. Hurd? This is Mr. Waldman's statement, right?
I think it's included in the article as well.
That this is Mr. Waldman's statement, correct?
That a representative or an attorney, I don't know which word it says in the article, that it says very clearly that they're speaking on behalf of Johnny or representing Johnny.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 8818, 881A, excuse me?
I tell you, these lovebirds back here, they are in love, honey. Hopefully they take some notes. Don't let this become y'all.
If we could please go to
Or she got a scratch.
page
Get it, honey.
8 of this article.
Oh, she's picking her nose. Jesus.
Sorry, Your Honor. May I just
All right.
approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Girl, what's she doing there? It's backhanded her. Just backhands her. Get it together. Oh my God. Please stop the coughing. I don't understand why they're not asking to leave. We are in a pandemic. Get her out. If you're coughing, get the police
Come
to
back
start
this.
dropping.
Sorry, Ms. Heard. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Let's go ahead and take this down, please. Thanks. You testified yesterday about how your reputation was before these 3 statements were made, correct?
Yes, I did.
You testified that your career was going very well before.
I think I said the trajectory was positive, yes.
You testified you had a global campaign for L'Oreal, right?
That is correct.
You testified you were waiting on a schedule for Aquaman 2.
That is correct.
You testified you were scheduled to do a press tour for the TV show The Stand.
Press obligations, yes.
And then you testified that after the articles, you were no longer actively involved in the L'Oreal campaign. Isn't that right?
They suspended using my material.
And that you were no longer involved in the publicity surrounding The Stand after the articles, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't hear
Well,
anything
nobody
about
watched
the
The
schedule
Stand
for Aquaman
anyways.
2.
Correct.
Sorry.
Ms. Heard, you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason you are allegedly no longer active in the L'Oreal campaign, do you?
Well, I mean, other than my awareness that they can't use me because of all of the online attention that generated.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Waldman's 3 statements are the reason that the Stand media
He just doesn't have any.
stop, do you?
They don't never do
Yeah,
a
I know
good
they
job
couldn't
with his
attach
books to
my name to
miniseries.
their
I mean,
promotional materials
TV
because of
series,
the online
miniseries,
stuff.
in my
In
opinion.
fact, there was a lot of reasons.
The only
why you
one
were
I've
no
ever
longer
really
active in
liked
these
was the
endeavors.
Apple
Isn't that
TV
right?
one that they did.
I
I can't
disagree
remember the
with
name
that.
of it. With
Reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Waldman's statements.
oh God, redheaded
Isn't that right?
actress.
I disagree with that.
There was a lot of publicity about your relationship with Mr. Depp around the time Mr. Waldman made the 3 statements at issue, right?
I do not recall.
Yeah.
lot of really
Oh,
negative
Donnie, it's
publicity
so
for you,
good. I
Mr.
really
Isn't that right?
enjoyed it.
There's been an ongoing smear campaign, yes.
An ongoing negative publicity
At
campaign.
least
It's
it's
an
Dawn.
orchestrated smear campaign.
You have no evidence of that, do you, Ms. Heard?
Just look me up, you'll see.
Oh,
Let's
they're
take a look at some of
they
that.
can't look you up, honey. They're jurors. If they Google, they can get in trouble.
All right.
Look me up, and they'll say, "Girl, get him out." That's the bitch that was recording yesterday. Remember, he pulled his phone out yesterday and was recording. Get him out. I want him out of the courtroom. Damn, girl, she got a bit. Oh my God. No wonder he's coughing all that cake in the air. What? Girl. Give me squats. Make it hot. Give me a squat. Make it hot. What? Girl, she's trying to get Mr. Depp's attention. Get it, honey. I can't. Damn, honey.
The devil is dancing tonight.
Girl, someone's dancing on that peach, honey. Peach, 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 peach. Order in the courtroom. Peach. It's an impeachment right there, honey. The devil will be pole dancing tonight. Girl, Stairmaster 27, honey. Girl, I cannot believe it. The whole time I'm thinking in the front, honey, it's a Lincoln, but baby, it's a Ferrari in the back, honey. She got a Bentley in the rear. Girl Amber just starts talking to the jury. Girl Judy's over there typing away, honey. I didn't even know she was in it. She plays the bruise in the stand. Sorry. Too much. Oh, well, it's just a joke. Hit it, Bobby. Captain's log. Captain's log. Captain's log. Now to work. Now to work. Captain's log. Now to work. Now to work. Captain has long. Now to work. Captain has long. Now to work. Now to work. Look at that page. Isn't it grand? Look at that page. Definitely not anymore. Page. Captain has long. Now to work. Now to work. Captain has long. Now to work. Now to work. Peach. Okay, who do we have? Thank you so much, Lou. Thank you so much for being a girl. Look at her over here. She looks sad and depressed. Girl. She just broke out of a mental ward, honey. Look at you over here. Yeah. You don't have to be sad anymore. Man. Because you're in the courtroom and you're near Johnny Depp, please name. Here's the girl, here's the man, here's the girl, here's the man, here's the girl, there's 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 the man, here's the girl, she's fine. Is that the crazy lady from the bar? There's a judge, there's a judge, with black paper, and she's got a mug. And there's a judge, there's a pretty lady in white. And here's Brenda over here, making sure she does everything that's there. I always ask myself, is it a flag or is it an umbrella? I really don't know who's at the state flag. Who knows? It's Virginia. There's a judge, there's some pages, there's some coffee, there's a chair, that's a knife, that's a man, or I don't really care. Sorry, Amber. It's Amber on the phone. She's looking down the line. And she got the bottle now. And there's a time to really even care. Amber's the reading testimony. John's on his phone with baloney. And Amy Schumer's over there, sexing away. Amy Schumer's on level 6,000, candy crushing away. There's a judge, no it's not, that's a lawyer, he's on the pond, he's got grinder, now he's eating the candy in the courtroom. There's some lady in the back, can't have the way that bad. I don't know, she kinda looks like when she was in that movie where she was like a princess. You know the movie I'm talking about? She was like a princess. Like a Disney movie or something. Anne Hathaway. God bless. Oh, are we still not ready? Are we still not ready? Okay, we're ready. Your Honor, my performance.
Thank you, everyone.
My performance is done, Your Honor. You may proceed with the trial.
So, Ms. Heard, my last question to you was that there was a lot of negative publicity for you around the time that Mr. Waldman
Thank
made
you
these
so
statements.
much,
Isn't that
Matthew,
correct?
honey.
I believe that they were made, I believe that the statements kind of kept being attached to new defamatory, or,
Attached to
articles
news.
that were like smear campaign sort of.
The devil is dancing tonight.
Let's go through some of the articles that were out in the press. So, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1267. Could just publish that just for the witness. That would be great. Thank you.
Just for the witness.
This is an article published on
Just
February
for the
2nd,
witness.
2020. And the title is hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp trends after Amber Heard admits to hitting actor in audio clip. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we can go to
Girl, has he been chewing on that metal container?
1268.
All right, I've got to run to the restroom. I can't wait anymore.
This one was published
BRB
on February
girls.
3rd, 2020. It reads the title, Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording.
Yeah,
Do you see
that's
that?
when his lawyer leaked an edited tape.
Ms. Heard, do you see the title? Amber Heard admits to hitting Johnny Depp in recording. Do you see that?
I see the title.
Okay. We could please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1269. This one was published on March 17th, 2020. Amber Heard slammed door into Johnny Depp's head, reveals new audio. Do you see that?
Yeah, these are more of the PR plans.
Let's go to 1270. This one was published on March 31st, 2020. Amber Heard to be sacked from Jason Momoa's Aquaman after Johnny Depp's controversy, reports. Do you see that?
I do.
We can go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1271. You see the title that says, Johnny Depp says ex-wife Amber Heard sliced his finger off, and it, quote, erupted like the Vesuvius?
I just don't know when that was. I've never seen that article.
We can go to 1272. This one was published on May 29th, 2020, and it says, when Amber Heard confessed to smashing a door into Johnny Depp's head, clocking him in the jaw. Do you see that?
I see that.
Going to 1275. This one was published on July 15th, 2020. Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story. Ex-aide tells libel trial. Do you see that?
This was Adam Waldman as well.
It doesn't say Mr. Waldman. It actually says Kate James also says she often received abusive text messages from Johnny Depp's ex-wife, doesn't it?
I just know because he threw down the article.
Ms. Heard, isn't that what that says?
Mr. Waldman threw the newspaper at me afterwards.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question.
What
My
was your
question
I'm
is,
sorry.
the title of the article says, Amber Heard stole my sexual assault story, ex-aide tells libel trial. Kate James also says, Your Honor, she opened the door by saying it was Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Let's go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1276. Amber Heard admits to hitting fucking baby Johnny Depp in court audio. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1277. Published July 28th, 2020. Amber Heard's sister thought she was going to kill Johnny Depp, claims witness. Do you see that, Ms. Heard?
I see that.
In 1278. Published on July 28th, 2020. Johnny Depp was the victim of abuser Amber Heard, London's High Court told. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take our lunch recess then. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch recess at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in an hour. We'll come back at 1:35 then. Is that fine? All right, thank you.
All right, girls, we're taking it. We're taking the breaking. All rise. All rise, honey. All rise, my hennies, don't you cry. Girl, what? Girl, Brenda is stacked, honey. Girl, look at Amy Schumer over there. I like her little outfit. It's very like 1960s Batman, honey. Oh, he's waving to the stenographer. That's nice of him. Wait, that dude that was recording yesterday is with Johnny. Oh my lord, honey. All right, girls, I shall return. We're going on lunch break. BRB. Come on, honey. What are we waiting on, honey? How's everybody doing? Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back, my friends. 2 new members. I wonder if I should have done the a separate stream for afternoon. I see some other YouTubers do that. La-da-da, la-da-da. Please hurry up. I will be watching with y'all in a second. I was rushing, but I gotta get some stuff out of the vehicle. Girl was flying, honey. Girl was flying, honey. Traffic is out of this world today. I don't know what's going on. I had to get some more items for my din I'm cooking tonight, and then I was trying to get something to eat. Gonna be the size of a house. Gonna be the size of the house. Maybe if I just leave the in and out in the car. Then I won't eat it, right? Girl Luna coin. Are we starting? I'm gonna be listening with you girls, but I have got to eat something. I'm about to pass out. I need my burger. I need my double honey.
That's a good idea, sorry.
Rise, honey, rise. Girl, get the coffer out of here. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. I was going to do Subway. I figured it'd been healthier, but I didn't have time. I was like, girl, they're going to take forever. I need to start doing that. Oh, that stray hair is getting my nerves. That food delivery thing. I need to try it. I'm just terrified somebody's going to fart in the vehicle, honey. Girl, look at the hair. Fix that, Amber. Fix that. Where's that coming from? Girl, is that something about Mary hair? Oh my God, what is that?
All right, your next question.
All right, I'm here, but I don't want to eat on camera. And, smack and make noises, because I know there ain't nobody here for that.
Please have you put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. Ms. Hurd, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A.
Unless something crazy said, then I'll be like, what?
This is one of the articles containing the counterclaim statements by Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
I haven't seen the article yet.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article? Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that one of the statements that you allege are defamatory? It's defamatory?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B? And if we could go to page 10 and 11. In Plaintiff's Exhibit 881B, Depp's lawyer Adam Waldman said the various discrepancies prove that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told thedailymail.com. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have, oh, apologize. You're fine. Okay.
Order in the courtroom.
And if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. and go to page 11. This is another article, Ms. Heard, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article. And the statement reads, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heard, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media. You can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
It's right there. Your microphone. Yeah. Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to me before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I don't check the relevance.
Objection. I'm sorry. What was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right. I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence. Is that right? You can publish.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
What was it? I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet.
You're on level 2?
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have, you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
That's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right.
And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 129:27 to 130:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If you may, if I may,
Okay,
hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? Excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that we couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
And
Thank you,
then
Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 129:27 to 130:07.
All right, and I'm told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Heard, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote. Correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming
So
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 7:05 to 7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking...
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's
Well,
not.
well, on a plane, I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. and that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fuck it. No, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Right. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty lock. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened, and you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. I mean, the door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know that.
It hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're talking
I was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck, whatever, because I'd just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up, and then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door, or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I...
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And Mr. Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape, too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door.
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
Meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
heard
reacted
this-
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm going to play to
Your Honor?
you
Okay.
as Hugh.
All right. Oh, if you want to come? I'm going to read it into the record and then I'll hand this to you. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12. All right, I think.
Oh, can I have the next copy of the deposition?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the, oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely.
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
All right, 372.
If we could have a moment, Your Honor, to read it before it's played.
Okay.
I still don't think it's an impeachment, Your Honor, after reading it.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we can please have it published to the jury in the gallery.
All right.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of them, right? Let's keep on.
Your Honor?
I know I said it before, but she is really breathtaking. I mean, she's got a beautiful face, like a statue, honey. Girl, she got a wheel. What is that? We brought one of those wheel luggage. Oh, is she in a chair? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the lady before that had her feet propped up. She had her feet propped up.
Then they can do they can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that.
Is Camille okay? Is Mitch McConnell okay? I feel like they're just trying to gunk up the time.
Could you take it off the screen? Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we
to that.
please start it over?
Lady Elaine. Mitch McConnell is Elaine.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you
Amber Heard's female attorney.
as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of them, right? Let's keep on.
She's eating, I'm eating. Eat them fries, girl. enjoying mine.
Tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just don't, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't really do that. I bent down. And you either pushed or you kicked the door open. I mean, instead of the door, get more open. So that you
I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. But I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Notice how she has a different voice here, girl.
Cute.
Different act, different
Would you
voice.
continue to listen
She's not putting
to
on a
exhibit
show
two?
here because she doesn't think
Are
his
these
lawyers
consent?
or anything but pieces of shit.
This whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That was on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I might have said, like, what the fuck? Whatever. That just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't need to hit me.
With a door.
You meant to
I did.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
For that, you didn't.
Think about it if this was a man laughing like this during an assault. We would not, I mean, even
So on the tape,
me
you tell
knowing
Johnny
that
Depp that
she's
you did mean
the
to hit him.
abuser, I still don't get as angry as I would if it was a man.
What actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of, and then he runs the door over my toes. Trying to get
Damn,
into
everybody
the room.
cough.
I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a quote. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't
about
it true?
Wow.
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Hurd?
I'm not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite
she
a
on
whole
Costco
table
water
full of
today?
lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Oh, you
Is
liar.
there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time.
No, you weren't,
recounting the
honey.
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the
Get
jaw?
her, Camille.
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life." And
Yet he won't
let me."
even look
Do you
at
remember
her.
that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's
She's the
not
one
true,
that
is it, Ms.
always
Hurd?
initiates. No, she wants him
That
back.
is very true.
You want him back. You said you're still in love with him
Haven't
the
been
other
able
day.
to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? May we approach?
Wow. Okay. Fiji. Okay, we got Evian on the table. We got Fiji for Amy. I don't know. Is that a banana under the phone over there? From Mr. Juicy? What should we call him? Miss Peaches? Miss Juicy? What do you girls think? Juicy?
Pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 219.
We need a nickname. Just laughing now.
And Ms. Hurd, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
Again, reading with her hand. Who does that? Like she's scanning it, honey. This ain't no UPC.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom. Again, Ms. Hurd, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please. And the next page.
Scanning, 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 scanning.
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Hurd, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you. Ms. Hurd, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach?
Okay.
Girl. Speak for yourself, Turbo Hand. I never have. Because I'm too poor to buy anything when I go out of the country. I'm poor. Custom bombs, the girl didn't buy anything. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, pricey, honey. Sorry for your loss. Should have tried to give it to somebody. Donate it to somebody, honey. That is true, though, Turbo Hand. I never leave home without I carry 100,000, 50 in each breast, honey. Knock at 'em if they knock at 'em. You know who she reminds me of? The lawyer in white, Rachel Ray, like a really
Sir,
young
you
Rachel
testified
Ray.
yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there's that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 lines.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Oh my God, this is getting insane. Look at him smiling. This must be something good.
Your Honor, may we approach? Okay.
Look at him smiling. Juicy. Look at Juicy smiling. Girl, Juicy is happy, honey. Johnny's just over there in his little notebook. Oh, if Johnny looked in her eyes, then her PR people would release a statement that he was intimidating. I think it's best not to look at her. And Juicy and Amy are having a wonderful time. Camilla, I believe. Mr. Lou.
If we could please play and display to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Dear Diary.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing.
No, honey, you were wanting to contact him.
So
Girl,
from
stop
some
lying.
other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
Mm-hmm.
You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to
Yeah.
your filing of the domestic
You
violence
just
restraining
perjured
order,
herself.
didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr.
Yep.
Depp attacking the kitchen
cabinets.
cabinets the day
Yep.
before this deposition was taken,
Yep.
wasn't it?
I didn't do that.
Yep.
I don't
Yes, you
know
did.
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to
Owns-
that video now,
that
doesn't
have
it?
striked
I have no
other
idea.
channels covering
Did they
this.
pay you for that?
Yes.
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
Yes,
So
you
TMZ
did.
was just
Stop
lucky to get an
lying.
inside scoop to your divorce from Mr.
They
Depp, huh?
striked a bunch of channels that
I
have been
have
covering
no
this
idea.
trial.
It is not. That's not my area.
Then they
of
own the copyright to the
expertise. I wouldn't
video.
even know how to do
Stop
that.
the lies.
And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to do
Baloney.
things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of
Oh.
California, by the way. What extortion?
Oh, she's coming unraveled.
been Reed's
Entitled.
ex-wife,
Before
right?
she didn't want anything.
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that told
This is the one she
that you told this
abused.
jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Her ex-partner that she abused.
Yeah, well, that was
At the
2013
airport.
fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
Oh?
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her
At
at
an
a Seattle
airport.
airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Yes, she did.
And people saw that.
Yep.
That's not true.
It
And
was
got
covered
the
in the
police.
press.
Yep.
Isn't that true?
The
It was,
mugshot.
it was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can you
coincidentally.
please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Girl. Honey. She's trying to break her process up. That's what Mitch McConnell's trying to do right now. Because right now, this was a train, honey. This was an unstoppable train. I mean, you can't fault her. You know, her lawyers are there to protect her. Mitch McConnell had to do something, honey. Elaine had to do something, honey, because, girl, she was on a steamroll, honey.
If we could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted in after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
But it still happened.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
She didn't want this the snowball, honey.
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport.
The
Doesn't
judge
it?
did say she could say it.
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Amber's throwing in stuff. That's not what she asked you. What the title say? Girl, I cannot believe Mitch McConnell, Elaine, jumped in trying to say that's not what the judge said, and you can't read it. And then as soon as they approach the bench, she comes back. What happens? She reads the headline. Oh my God. You can't read the headline. Approaches the bench, goes back, she reads the headline. So apparently the judge allowed her to read the headline. Elaine's just trying to just break it up because it's very damning, in my opinion. What do you girls think? We were on a roll, honey.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her
Objection, Your Honor.
ex-girlfriend.
She's already.
Oh, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over.
See, that's
Amber
what it
Heard
is.
allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend, Tassa Van Ree, at the airport in
That's the whole point of
2009.
this,
Did I
which
read
is to
that
break
right?
her up.
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner.
Yeah, the
that
headline does
assaulted
say
Ms.
allegedly
Heard.
turbo.
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
Oh, honey, you've
Questions,
admitted.
Your
All right. Cross-examining.
Girl.
I'm sorry, redirect.
Oh my God, we're done with Cross.
Did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came
Oh
in
my
and make a
God, we're
public
done with
statement? It was false?
Cross.
Of course you did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay.
Whoa.
Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning
Whoa, I
divorce,
cannot believe we're done
marriage,
with
things like
Cross.
that, they are public
That's
record.
shocking.
And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file
Damn,
in
they
the
didn't
most
bring up
discreet
a lot
way,
of stuff
and
I thought they
literally to
would.
put it under a stack
I really
of
thought they were gonna
papers
bring
and
it the
file it
makeup
at the end
more.
of the day, so kind of
Girl.
had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been.
She feels so
remarkably
high right
lucky
now. She's like, she
following
can't
the
believe it's
divorce
over.
that
All
it
that
wasn't
stress
picked
is
up,
releasing.
and
She's
that
getting
gave me
manic.
A precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way.
Wait,
I
now,
didn't want him to be mad at me.
now she's
I
getting a
didn't-
hold of
you know,
Johnny. I
didn't want
thought
him
you were
find
getting a hold of
out
Johnny to let him know you were
in that
divorcing
sort
him.
of context online.
Now you're getting a hold of him to let him know about
Who had
TMZ.
connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor.
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Elaine's trying to
Yes, we
just get
talked
in there
about it.
real
His
quick.
lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Amber Heard's trying to get in there quick before the
Now,
judge
I'm
can
gonna
step
start at the very
in.
beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye.
Oh,
She read
true.
out, or she
Good
played a
good point,
tape in
Marshall.
which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
What? What
I
is
do.
the lady,
And
an
that was
actress?
during the mediation process in July, correct?
That was
Objection leading.
first one.
Sustained
Okay.
is the leading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. I mean, look at her looking at them. Sorry.
I'm sorry? Oh. Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor.
document?
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
The devil is dancing tonight.
The devil. The devil. Tonight. Tonight. The devil is dancing again. Yeah. Would you wanna dance with the devil, my friend? Dance with the devil tonight. Girls, if you're just joining, if you hit that like button, I really would appreciate it. I'm Church of Deborah. I am not a lawyer. I am just an older woman that likes to game and likes to give her opinion on things and live
Tell
stream.
the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said.
Poster.
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Why?
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying.
Oh my God, this acting.
Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
This acting. Girl, stop.
You were asked about a bruise.
Jesus.
that was on your arm
Girl, stop.
from March 15, 2013.
I can't. It's
Do you recall
cringe.
how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen.
What?
I mean, not until December.
I'm not following
and
your
my best friend
logic.
taking pictures of me.
You didn't
to
take
capture
pictures
it.
because
Did
you
that
never
even-
thought it would
That wasn't
happen?
even a thing.
What? But you took pictures
It
of
has
the
been
other stuff?
suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions
I'm
that you
so-
didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That's all our
What if
Elaine's
they-
doing.
All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's
Leading
not offered to, it's.
and
it's-
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior to.
It's
the
sustained.
Leading, it's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you
Jesus.
tell to anyone?
Amber's so
about the
bad. I mean, that's all she
Objection, Your Honor.
does.
Hearsay.
I'll sustain
Your
the
Honor,
objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Elaine, oh my God, this judge is too nice. Girl, Judge Judy, I would go off on her, even though you can't because it's not appropriate. But when she approaches that bench, I'd be like, look, stop right now. We know what you're doing. I can't. It is ridiculous. Listen, I don't know nothing about the law, okay? I'm a 68-year-old premier granny gamer, okay? But girl, I know how I feel about this trial. I can only imagine what these people up in this courtroom are thinking. I'm telling you, I don't know if Johnny will win, but I don't think Amber Heard is going to win this. And if she does, girl, I don't know, but I'm telling you, I just don't feel like the jury's gonna accept it. This is just insane. I ain't never in my life. Girl, you had an island. You're younger than him. Could have stuck it out. Not been crazy. Put up with his mess, yeah. Help him get sober. Work through it. And then, girl, you got the island, Amber. Could have went on to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, honey. Oh. Uh-oh, what's happening?
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared
She probably told Elaine to slow it
the
down.
fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls
many?
for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled that one. Roughly about 10.
Okay, can you call him to
Can
the
you name
witness?
them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're suggesting
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anybody.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
Totally inappropriate. Elaine is a mess. I mean, I don't know. Do we have anybody in the audience? I don't think this is normal. I mean, I've watched a lot of court TV cases. I don't ever remember it being like this. Yes, you've had O.J. Simpson's lawyer. You know, you've had theatrics in the courtroom. Don't get me wrong. But this is some messy. I've never seen this in my life. I've never seen this much mess in my life.
Now, you were asked
Is
whether
she a
you had
public?
consulted a medical doctor about
maybe
the
so.
problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated
She got
that
her
you,
law
in
degree at a
fact,
night
had
school.
after the divorce,
Objection,
correct?
leading.
That's all Elaine's doing is leading.
Did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendant?
She's already answered
relating
it.
to this?
Objection, leading.
All right,
Calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading.
And-
Next
She
one.
already
Your Honor,
answered it.
Witness could be instructed not to answer
Uh-huh.
until I've
All right.
lodged my objection.
Exactly.
Could we bring up defendant's exhibit
This is ridiculous.
1077?
There needs to be some order in this courtroom, honey. Now I love this judge, but
you recognize
Amber's
this
just
judge?
answering, and it doesn't matter what
My screen is
she
black.
says.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
Hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Finally, Jesus.
I'm
This
What, if any?
I've never.
You were asked if you had.
This is showing the
it was
downfall of
suggested that you
America.
had
Girl,
not
even our.
produced this in discovery. Is that true? Or false?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely
So
did that.
it's leading. It's leading question though. I'll sustain the.
It is the leading question.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records
Oh my
to
God.
the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe.
That's speculation.
Maybe
Objection, Your Honor,
more.
lack of foundation.
Yeah.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And do you what, if
Hundreds of
anything,
thousands?
did you
No, she
produce to
didn't.
the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist?
Back to the
relating to
ENT.
your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, I said, what if
Foundation,
anything, Your Honor?
hearsay.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all. It's sustained.
That she keeps going back to it. This is.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017.
I don't even think you would have to have Camille up there for this.
And
Any lawyer
as
would
a
be doing the
result
same thing. It's so
of
insane.
that consultation.
She keeps asking the
what did
same
you
thing,
learn
trying to get Amber to
about
go down a certain
nose?
path because that's what she
Objection, Your Honor,
wants.
hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
My God,
I'll sustain the objection.
this is insane. If I can understand it, I know it's insane. Okay.
What, if any, production did you make
Here we go
to the
again.
plaintiffs of your medical
She's
records
still trying to
with
get it
the
to go down the
ENT?
same path.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery?
I don't think this
Objection, Your
judge would do
Honor, lack
something
of
like that.
foundation,
This
calls for
is
speculation.
crazy.
I'm asking-
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
And do you recall? I'm trying.
See, you're trying to push her down the
what,
path you
if
want.
anything,
I can't.
did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Elaine is the one standing, honey.
Do you have?
I call her Mitch McConnell because she kind of
Yes.
looks like Mitch McConnell in
Please
drag.
describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of
object
scar
to the.
tissue.
I'm going
Oh
to
my
object to the extent it calls
God.
for hearsay and lack of foundation
Donnie,
Overruled.
this is
and
Elaine.
improper expert opinion.
Uh-huh. Oh,
She can certainly testify too.
no, honey.
We'll see where it goes. Go.
Oh,
I'll sustain the objection.
oh.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
Oh my God. You're
What, if
trying,
anything, and
because
that
you're
goes to
trying
the-
to take her down the path, honey.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Get on with the question.
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and
My ENT told
I've been
me.
putting off having surgery for it.
Girl. I can't. See, they were trying to get her to say that she went to an ENT and they said her nose was messed up so bad because of
Now, you
Johnny.
were
Because they're trying to go
asked
back and clear up the mess. Why she never went to
about
the
December
doctor, the
15,
ER, any other
2015.
issues about her damn
Ms.
broken
Vasquez
nose. It's been broken
suggested that you did
50,000
not
times for
report
Johnny,
the
throwing her
abusive
down the stairs,
injuries
walking on her back,
to
walking
Eric
through glass.
Filati. Do you recall
Objection,
that
Your
question?
Honor, leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
I've never in my
Did you
life.
report?
This cannot be real.
What, if anything, did you report to
This
Aaron
cannot be
Filati
real.
about the abuse you sustained?
Only thing I
on
can guess is it's like what Marshall brought up.
Objection, leading and hearsay.
They didn't think, they thought they were going to have 2 days to prepare, that she would still be going through cross, and they threw a wrench when they shut it down that quick. That's the only thing I can guess. And Elaine is panicking because nobody was prepared. So they're just going off their notes that they've been taking for, the past 2 days. Oh my God. This is insane. Amy Schumer is on the next level. I don't know what else it could be, girls. It's got to be like Marshall said. They really thought they were going to cross-examine Amber for at least another day, at least a full day today, and then they would have, their rebuttal tomorrow. This is wild. Because even Amber was shook when she closed her case, and then she got really manic because it was all over. I don't know. Y'all, this is wild, honey. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a psychic. I just know what Johnny Cochran is telling me, honey, from the other side. Oh my God, it does look like that. Y'all, this is wild. This is, what's going to be crazy about this is this is going to be like the new generation. I mean, it's not, obviously, no one lost their life, okay? So I don't want to equate it to O.J. Simpson because that was really shocking. You know what I mean? But this is like the new generation's court case. You know what I mean? Sherry, they can probably hear a little bit of them, but you're not going to hear a lot of outrage or anything while they're at the bench. They're supposed to whisper, keep composure and stuff. Obviously, the jury's not supposed to take anything while they're at the bench anyways, but obviously the jurors are going, they're going to speculate like anybody would. Just like the jurors are not supposed to get on the internet and watch videos and news. Girl, our whole society, there's shit. Come on, honey. Come on, honey. Oh, really, Maddie? I didn't know that. The judge usually has a device that creates a low hum. And she also has that, like, tampon applicator device that pops up and flashes and erases memory. Girl, the amount of tea. I wish we had Judy's job right now so we could hear. Yeah, I was supposed to get something started shortly. This is so damn juicy. I don't want to leave. I mean, I'm not going to stop the stream, but I have something I got to do. So I was going to be listening with you girls, but I want to commentate when it gets juicy. Oh, he's kind of cute right here, girl. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, honey. I mean, we need to clean this up. Clean his hair up a little bit. But he is cute. Hottest one we've seen so far in the plays. Bland. What is that? Is that like a listening device to help him hear? Probably so. Girl, what is going on over here? Can they do that, Lou? I mean, Medi knows some stuff about the courts. Can they move to end for the day? Uh-oh. Your mom called. Your PS5 was stolen. Oh, she's so pissed. She found out her PS5 was stolen, girls. Take on me. Take on me frame, right?
Did you tell Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Falati on 12/16/2015?
That was Nurse
about the
Falafel.
injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15.
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yeah, she was going to allow that, obviously, because she was just asking the same thing.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two
Do you
black
recall?
eyes?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Leading, yeah.
Sustain as to leading.
Totally.
What, if anything,
She was
do
feeding
you
the
recall
witness.
from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day. they
Sustain
said she
the
could-
objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
They didn't even bring up any of this stuff, and now she's just trying to bring it back in. That's where that's coming from. Girl, if they say Dr. Oz, I'm done. Girl, it's getting juicy. Why are you leaving? This is the best time. You need to stay, honey. What are we wearing? What is this? Honey, you're not at a cocktail bar? What is this Lady Gaga red to the left? Red, what is this? These outfits. Johnny is not going to notice you, honey. You will not be, I promise all of you girls here and the gentlemen, no discrimination, you will not be leaving with Johnny tonight. You will not be leaving with Johnny
When in December
tonight.
did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
There's no foundation for her to even ask that.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December,
That's a good idea, Jeff.
2016.
Here you
and I told her
come
what happened.
again.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
She just fed her that. She asked her about the...
Jump to East
Oh, my
Asia
God.
for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the back.
Girl,
dress.
she fed the date to her previously.
What, if any, motivation would
Girl,
you
Amy Schumer
have
is fading, honey.
to claim that Mr. Depp
Amy Schumer's got the
was kneeling
shit.
on your back, knowing you had a backless
Amy
dress?
Schumer's got a shit,
Objection, Your
honey.
Honor.
She's
Leading.
I think I can bring
calls for
that out, yes.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling
Oh my
on your
God,
back
Bryce,
in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now,
girl, look at our girl with her finger ready to push.
we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million.
That's me.
in
Anytime I'm
2015
on my
and
mic, though, I keep my
2016 from
finger
his
on my
ex-
mute button because, honey,
Objection, Your
I
Honor.
sniffle so
Leading.
bad.
I haven't asked the question.
Hearsay. I mean,
Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
That's totally leading.
why
She's
did you
feeding
not
her the
ask?
money
Relevant.
amount.
Sustain the
There's
objection.
no.
Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for 32.5
What?
million from Mr. Depp?
Not ask
Asked and
that.
answered. Relevance.
What?
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
You just said you were entitled to it. She was entitled to more.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of.
You don't recall? They just
ad
played
nauseam
it.
And in this sort of loop, if you will.
This was
And
pre-set
I'm doing my
up.
best to
She was coached with this
not
previously.
show my pain.
I
That's
don't
what
remember
I
it.
was trying to do.
Don't show my
And be
pain.
tough. Not sure
Girl.
what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your
Is
role?
this a different woman sitting in this
Aquaman?
chair? This is
I
a different
auditioned.
woman.
Not Johnny. I auditioned.
Well, duh,
I
honey.
worked really hard, and
You probably
I
did.
went to.
But he probably
where we
helped
were
you
filming the first movie,
get
Justice
it.
League. I went,
Which
I
is
think,
fine.
5.5 months.
There's a lot of
early
rich people
before
watching me right now.
filming
Every once in a
commenced.
while, I ask for
When I heard
something,
that
you
they wanted to
know.
fire me, and so I
It's
put
okay to
myself in the
ask
job-
people that
in
are
the
Objection, Your Honor.
privileged.
Hearsay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Keep it
I
away.
worked
What,
really
what
hard.
they said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that.
You
for-
did. You
Even
did
though
a
I
good
was only
job.
filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's
if
why.
What any
What?
role did Mr. Depp
Wait
play
a
in
minute.
your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Speculation.
She was there
No,
for.
sustain his speculation.
How do you
If
know
she
that
was on
tried to
set
have
for
you
6
fired?
Objection, Your
months,
Honor.
it was because she wanted to
Calls for
be.
speculation and hearsay.
And she wasn't doing
Lack of
nothing.
foundation.
I'm trying to lay a
All
foundation.
right, if you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I
She
told him,
doesn't.
actually, right after it happened, what his friend had
Objection,
done.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what
What the hell are
interaction
they
you
eating
had
now?
with
Now they
him
got
and-
like little chips and
his
salsa
opportunity
in
to
the
do
bowl.
with
What
absolutely
is
no
that?
makeup.
Look at that right there,
Objection,
y'all.
Your
Look at
Honor.
that.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection as leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with
She's
Isaac
already
Baruch
led.
during
I
the
mean,
May
this should have
22nd.
just been next
Well,
question.
Not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
What?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you
It's a
recall
mess thing.
relating to Officer
I don't even know
Melissa
anymore. I think
Science's
just
testimony
confusion.
relating
I
to
honestly don't
your
know.
injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
You want to approach?
Oh, uh-oh. You want to approach? She didn't sound too happy there. There are. I don't even. I honestly don't know. Again, if there's anybody that's in the law community in the chat, but does anybody understand? I can't. Like, you could follow the other ladies. I know these are redirects, so obviously you're going to pick different points throughout the time, but girl, make it cohesive. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not cohesive. You're not even getting into each subject that was asked previously that you were redirecting on. You're randomly picking like ENT with broken note, like, oh, Oh, no, she's talking to her this time. She ain't being mean, but she's being assertive. Yeah, she's totally grasping for straws. Girl, Juicy's over there eating, honey.
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Sines' testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her.
All right,
saying
girls,
that
I have got to
she
go get something done.
Didn't feel
I'm here with
that
y'all.
I'll
be in
the
chat.
state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't.
I'll be
injury
listening with y'all.
Seeming,
and I'll
to her.
chat if something major happens, and I'll run back if I have to.
And what about the
Please
property
don't.
damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass, so I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with
Everybody just
Alejandro
lies.
Romero
Okay.
during the week
Except
of
Amber, right?
2022?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, and maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head on
Honor,
my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
That doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain
too.
the objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can instruct the witness
If
to...
you could wait till after the objection, please. All right, next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible? I don't understand the question.
Overruled, we'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay? You can go ahead and have a seat next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition? Deposition. All right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back then at 3:30, okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Girl, don't you kiss her, honey. Now. No kisses, honey. No kisses.
a number of things. I don't know. There are more things that I've always been a multi-hyphenate person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor and had met Amber at the Children's Hospital while they were both volunteering, and knew that Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism, and mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to the other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet. And Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books, and we liked psychology, and just, you know, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did, and she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at, and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York, where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York, and did I want to get lunch? So we got lunch, and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
We met in 2011. We started becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with, in a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And the summer of 2013, I ended up moving to LA, during which Amber and Johnny and I got even closer, very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends. And then Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until, I believe, June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house, so 9 months.
And why is it that you left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny and I were no longer. I think the period when I really stopped considering Johnny a friend of mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph. where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close, from 2013 through 2015, was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was lovely and magical and very funny. Johnny, when sober, was incredibly lucid and imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life. Johnny, when sober, understood how much influence he had over people, and he was very kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to Oxycontin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on Oxycontin. Did you ever experience him while he was on Oxycontin?
Yes.
And while he was on Oxycontin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on Oxycontin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and hard liquor, marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, wine. Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind. Cocaine and any kind of alcohol would bring out a very, very ugly side of him, very misogynistic and cruel and other things. And when he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA, he would become paranoid. When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid. Yeah, I think that I answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation, and that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny. And yeah. All the other things that I had stated previously about what I do and don't do are also accurate.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all. My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation. When I witnessed Johnny doing cocaine, I was not drunk or high. Occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink alcohol?
Yes.
Objection. Did you ever witness her ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking, like, ever in the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
That's the first question, yes.
The answer is no. Amber was vehemently against cocaine.
Did you ever witness her smoke marijuana?
No. Marijuana is not her drug.
What is her drug?
I haven't spoken to Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance in particular when she took it for her birthday, like a celebration.
Do you recall what year that was?
An event.
Other than the narcotics and alcohol that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if, other than, what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no.
Okay.
Amber drinks red wine when she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
Yes.
And how often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often. I saw her drinking often, but I didn't see her out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet.
This is me. In case you haven't recognized my voice.
All right, go
My
ahead.
name is Io Tillett.
Let's bring up Depp exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett-Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And he started out with, I'm just going to draw your attention to paragraph 4. And you indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close friend and you cared very much about Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the 4 of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house. And he was very friendly and very welcoming and very kind. And then the next time we saw each other was at, Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate family dinner at her house, and Johnny and I and my ex and Amber and I believe Whitney were there. I don't know if anyone else was there. I'm sure other people were there. I don't remember. And Johnny and I really connected at that dinner. We were sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other, and I left feeling a very intense connection to him, and I was like, well, yeah, sure, everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house, and Johnny and I had another really good time and felt very connected and really laughed a lot and whatever. And at the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that felt. And we exchanged phone numbers, and then he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to, I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to be to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that, because he also values his privacy greatly. And then, yeah, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period, I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write, and had a very bad breakup with that fiance, and was going through some things personally that Johnny, you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety related, trauma related things. And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days, or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, you know, just let me know and come back and stay here. And so I did. And I came back, and I originally was gonna stay at Amber's house, because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together, even though she stayed at his house a lot, that she paid for, etc. And she was, you know, the person that I'd known longer, so I felt more comfortable being at her house. And then the consensus was that I should be closer to them. And so he said, oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street, just stay there. And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to take advantage of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it, and he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there, and then that was, I'm guessing, in August of 2013, and then in September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own, and Johnny doesn't have a ton of friends because he can't, and I would go up and hang out with him. You know, we really enjoyed each other. We really liked each other, and so we would just hang out, you know, on a daily basis, eat dinner or watch movies, and I'd hang out with his kids, and got, you know, very like into like a very sweet uncle niece nephew relationship with his kids, and they called me Uncle Io. And
Mr. Tillett-Wright, did you ever call Mr. Depp brother, or your brother, refer to him as your brother?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'm going to take you to paragraph 5 of Depp Exhibit number 1, and Mr. Presidio asked you about this paragraph as well. And at the end of it, you had said, and he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that was, on a number of occasions, I saw, you know, Amber or he, I think, also would ask me to come and help. He and I had more of a like mano a mano kind of relationship, and she and I had I was kind of like the only person that would check either of them for a while, and so they would both ask me to do that with each other. So I saw him, for example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying and very upset in the kitchen, I think. And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. situations like that, or and he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought, that night by the pool, where I thought, Jesus Christ, you know, things like, she's gonna, you know, all she's got is her looks, and, you know, she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag, and her face gets wrinkly, nobody is gonna be interested in her, for anything, and she, you know, better, like, figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me, things like that. And I also witnessed him when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality, but Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch, and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky. He told me about growing up very poor and how his mom was verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13 or something, he started drinking and taking drugs, I think, or at least drinking quite heavily. He was even kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know, but I've been doing it my whole life. I'm built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. And he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs. And he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober, but that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been inebriated to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he told me that in his relationships with previous women, his drug and alcohol use had been an issue, but that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high. And he also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities. He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened with Vanessa Paradis.
Mr. Tillett-Wright, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin. And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick, and that it, I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but he referred to it to me verbally many times as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick, which he's tried to kick most things. He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open and verbose about OxyContin, having gotten addicted to OxyContin.
So what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Mr. Depp, as far as I could see, always had a cigarette or joint in his mouth at all times, to the point where I was confused about how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet that had, I don't know, tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe. Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that with his recording studio in it, that they mostly stayed in. So, I know whiskey for sure, and there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
And when you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
I don't know. The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where he suddenly had a glass of whiskey, and I remember it being like, I remember because I grew up counting people's drinks, I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, what, if any, observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp was very open with everyone that he was a heavy user. And he told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this very large house property. So if Sweetser Avenue goes like this, the house that I was staying at, 76, is down here, then there's 78, which is right here, and then up here is 80, and then across the street, I guess, is 82. And 82 is a very large compound. So he and I were staying, I was at 76 or up at 80, and then 82 they lived in for a brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the property, into the because it was very lush and a lot of trees, and went up quite far up the hill. And he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in there. On one instance, he told me, he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out, but he also told me that he fucked up, so I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts, there were a number, I think he said on the plane, he said that he didn't remember what had happened.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed to me that he wanted to get sober for Amber, that he didn't enjoy being sober, that it wasn't fun, and that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober. Yeah, he didn't want to be.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
he expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash and she was holding him back from doing what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol. I just want to go back to another incident that I remember. He told me he blacked out, was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were 2 different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there, and that the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Tilleray, when you said that Mr. Depp used the term monster, what do you recall him saying about that?
And the language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling the demon, battling the monster. So that the monster, he would say things like, the monster will not win. I will not be that type of man. I don't want to be that type of man or husband. I don't want to hurt. He would call her Slim, our Slim, our girl, referring to all of her friends and him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs. He would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid. He would weave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it, why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks, and because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her, and he would insult his fans. He called them, I remember he called them remoras, which is a type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it. He would rail against his mother and his sisters, pretty much, anyone that he felt had crossed him or could cross him, he became very nasty about.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was also viciously violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot. And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point, something to the effect, I threw it here actually, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me, I don't need another one in my life. there was a fair bit of that kind of like, you know, my mom's been awful enough to me already. I don't need another woman who's gonna also be awful to me.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
We had a lot of discussions about his fights with Amber.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy. The very first time that I mentioned, September of 2013, when he and I were alone together a lot, he expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to him, or in the film, and I said to him, listen, you know, I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it, and I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But as far as I know, that's really not the case, and I think that she's really in love with you, and I think that she also is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth, and both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him feel crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight, to be specific in regard to your question. He told me about the fight that they had the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night when I was living down the hill at Sweetser. When I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool and spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, you know, she called him old, and he then calls her soon to be ugly and talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other. He told me about a fight that they had. We went to England that September. It was Whitney's birthday, I think. Amber's sister, Whitney. And Amber was stuck working. My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was the closest to, all have birthdays in September. Raquel's just before at the end of August, whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him after, I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So that's the Boston, LA plane incident, is that right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Telleright, I'm going to ask you about the Boston, LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
And I went upstairs to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, "Hey, buddy, like, wake up," which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up, and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. And he didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane. He didn't really remember much detail of anything, and he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again. That was that incident.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly attended. So she came with me to a number of Al-Anon meetings, and she also had, I think, 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less. And she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. Would have been in like the next day or 2, because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of, like, you know, I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know, and I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she wasn't ready to talk to him. He let me know that he had engaged Dr. Kipper, and that he intended with every fiber in his being to get sober, and that the nature of the conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing, you know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After because they were married in February, and they went to Australia in the spring.
You know, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, and forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically there. You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had discussed about Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make about Johnny at the ceremony, and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
You know, I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony on the day of their wedding. Because I was going back and forth between their respective, like, private preparation quarters where they were getting ready, because I was technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them. but I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart I was also taking pictures. I was one of two people who was friends with them that had worked as photographers, so I volunteered to take pictures. So I was very intimately with Johnny and Jack leading up to the wedding, and he wasn't drinking, I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
And then let me ask you this. After the ceremony, as you were walking to the reception, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
As we were walking back from the ceremony, we were coming into Cafe Los Cabrones, which is where the party was happening, and I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said, we're married, now I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it.
So I'm going to now turn your direction to Australia, roughly a month later after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize anybody in this picture?
I do, yeah, myself and Ms. Heard. I do, yeah.
Please describe what you see.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And what, if any, similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned from Australia?
Very similar.
All right. And are they the same? Or are they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show, Mr. Telleright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. And it's a text message exchange. Do you recognize this text message number here below Arrow's Arc?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so does this represent a text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm gonna start you at the top with the blue. It says, I need you. Do you recognize who is sending that message?
Yeah.
Mr. Tilley-Red, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
I see Amber Heard, and I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall about seeing anything similar to that when you arrived in December 2015 at Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken. I believe there was another one on a different part of her head as well.
Do you recognize the picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me what is depicted in this picture that you recognize.
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you saw when you were shown it, as you testified earlier in December 2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tilley-Wright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face with a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately depict what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
This is the clump of hair that I was shown, I believe, when I arrived at Penthouse 3 on the night of December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now, what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
Taking the pictures down while we talk. Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together. Yeah.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to ask you, what, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct
conversation. So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tillett, what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now, it starts out, hi, Steve left me a voicemail at 5 a.m. And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 in the morning and left me a voicemail in the character of some kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management. And I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out the something, and it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble in the character of management.
Mr. Tillett, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17, and then Alex, I'm going to ask you to play this.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. You're crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Thank you, Alex. You can take this down now. Mr. Tillett-Wright, do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall with respect to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of, like, can you talk? And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that he, either he wants to ask you about, or and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And he, I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow. I think the words were used were shit on his pillow. So I started laughing, and I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay, look, you know, first of all, I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I thought it was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And he said to her, oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back? And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911 in New York. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020 that quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
And then on June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a, quote, abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted him?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Ms. Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another in what they said?
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Ms. Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
Objection.
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Ms. Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr. Depp mixed substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and upset and paranoid. So, and I never knew what he had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes? Before that, I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living in Sweetser. And once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Okay. Do you recall when Miss Bredenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw that, that was more than a day after it was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp, is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, My understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th, and I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th. So technically, it's not more than a day after. It's in the same 24-hour period. So technically, the answer to your question is no.
Okay. So I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw it, was it your understanding that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended, so I don't know if it was 20 hours or 16 hours or 13 hours. But my understanding, again, was that they had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head, but it happened sometime then and there. So yeah, sure. My understanding was that that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
All right. Completes. All right. Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Raquel Pennington. It's a long one, so we could listen to some of it tonight.
All right, let's why don't we go ahead and
into-
start. Why don't
Okay.
we go ahead and start it today? At least get 30 minutes in, if we could.
That's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I please have you state your name for the record?
Raquel Pennington,
In what city and state do you currently reside?
Los Angeles, California.
You've been deposed before, right?
Yes.
And you were deposed in Ms. Heard's divorce proceeding for Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
No.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote, which I don't know if it was technically called a declaration or whatever it was to write down my account of events as fresh in my memory as possible.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account, is that correct?
I do not remember, actually. I don't know.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to write down anything in support of any legal filings?
I don't remember.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account. That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it, as soon as I could.
You provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
I don't know who it got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
Yes.
And for which party did you testify for the UK trial?
I believe it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean the Sun?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Heard?
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
Probably, it was before her baby was born. So we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Miss Whitney Heard?
Around November, October, November of last year.
And when you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
When did you first meet Miss Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Miss Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Miss Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were friends with Miss Heard through her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Miss Heard?
Yes.
When was this?
Twenty 2017 to 2018. Yeah.
Where did you both live?
We lived on Holly Drive.
Was that a home?
Yes.
And did you pay rent?
No.
Did Miss Heard?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you still consider Miss Heard a friend?
I wouldn't consider her not a friend.
What does that mean?
We don't speak. We are not enemies.
Why don't you speak?
We grew apart.
Wanda, can I please have my question read back?
Yes. Sitting here today, you can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Miss Heard?
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships and other relationships.
Over the course of your friendship with Amber Heard, did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Can you define illicit drugs?
Not prescribed.
Yes.
Did you ever see her use cocaine?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
Countless?
No.
Less than 10?
Yes.
Less than 5?
Yes.
If you remember, when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
I don't remember.
Did you ever do cocaine with Miss Heard, Amber Heard?
Yes.
How often?
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Ms. Amber using more cocaine?
No.
Did you ever see Ms. Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't think so, no.
You know what Provigil is?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Amber Heard has taken a drug called Provigil?
Yes.
Do you know when she started taking it?
No.
Do you know whether Amber Heard continued to take Provigil during her relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped taking Provigil?
She never told me that.
Are you familiar with any of the side effects of Provigil?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects as a result of Provigil?
She never said anything about that.
You testified you saw Ms. Heard use mushrooms less than 5 times, yes?
Yes.
Each of those 5 times, or less than, was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Did you say each of the 5 times?
Right.
Not each of the 5 times.
How many times that you observed Amber Heard use mushrooms was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Maybe 3.
Do you recall the specific occasions when you saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
The first Coachella that we went to. The second Coachella that we went to. And maybe at Hicksville. But I can't be sure of that.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014?
Approximately.
And Ms. Heard, at the time, was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
And when you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp owned, right?
Correct.
And specifically, the one you lived in, it was referred to as Penthouse 1, right?
Correct.
And when you moved in, Mr. Depp gave you a master key to all the penthouses he owned, right?
It could have been one of his assistants.
When you say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Correct.
So either Mr. Depp or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew for rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
He did not charge him any rent, no.
Did either of you get physical?
No.
And how was this argument resolved?
We talked it out.
You recalled another argument with Ms. Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she finally found them in a place that I thought I had looked, and we started arguing about that. She thought that I wasn't looking hard enough, I think, and I told her that I thought that I looked there. Yeah, I think that's what their argument was about.
Was this just a verbal altercation, or did you get physical with each other?
Yeah, I believe that I pushed her.
How did Ms. Amber Heard react to that?
She either pushed or hit me back. Yeah.
You know where she hit you?
I think it was on my cheek.
Do you recall any other physical altercations that you've had with Ms. Amber Heard?
No.
Do you recall any specific instances when you saw Amber Heard get into a fight with someone else?
No.
In the time you've known Amber Heard, have you ever seen her wear hair extensions?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't know when exactly she had them throughout the time of knowing her.
I'm going to mark as Pennington Exhibit 1, Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the UK proceeding, which is dated June 16th, 2020. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
Thank you. Did anyone help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard's counsel help you write this?
No.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this witness statement?
No.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is, or a signature is. Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Yes.
You previously testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Heard, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Yes.
Who else was on that trip?
Whitney Heard, Nathan, who was one of Johnny's assistants, Brittany Eustace, Kelly Milano,
Anyone else that you can recall?
trying to remember. No, I don't remember anybody else.
Where were you all staying?
At Hicksville Trailer Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
My question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you
In
to
a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
6 to 10 feet.
What time of day did this occur?
Evening.
Had you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
I think so.
What do you recall consuming at that time?
I don't remember. Likely wine. I don't remember specifically.
Do you smoke any weed?
No.
Did you consume any cocaine?
No.
Had you consumed any mushrooms?
I believe so.
Had you consumed any MDMA?
No.
Who was the friend that you referenced Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive towards?
Kelly Sue.
How did you know her?
She was married to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville occurred?
More than 1 year, less than 2.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening before Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive?
I witnessed her hang out with the rest of the group.
Did you see her consume any alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Did you see her smoke any weed?
No.
Consume cocaine?
No.
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Maybe one. sore. I'm genuinely trying to remember. I saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
Did you see her consume any MDMA?
No.
You testified that Mr. Depp said words to the effect of, quote, "get off my woman," end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano to, quote, "get off his woman," end quote, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote?
That was what happened. Then I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair out by the fire. He came out of nowhere, said that, and then I think that Amber and Johnny went back to their trailer.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of "get off my woman," what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive?
That's it.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see Amber Heard consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
Was she holding a drink?
I don't remember.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, in a rage, end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you personally see that the trailer was, quote, trashed, as Ms. Heard described?
The next morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
What specifically did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures had been knocked off.
But you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
I did not see it.
So the only thing you know about what happened in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me and what I saw the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off. Is that correct?
That was not the only thing I saw. It is the specific thing I saw.
What else do you recall about the trailer?
It was in a general disarray.
What does that mean?
Was trash. It was torn apart.
What besides the light fixtures were thrown apart?
I've already told you specifically, I remember the light fixtures. The rest is a general disarray.
What is a general disarray to you, Ms. Pennington?
Stuff off the counters, cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Ms. Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop right there? So that'd be a good breaking point, I think. Okay, okay. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, all right? Get some sleep, okay? Thank you. All right, I just have a few items. Just for the record, I want to make sure exhibit plaintiff 1248 from yesterday actually should be corrected in the record to plaintiff's 1248A. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. And so the witnesses tomorrow, are they live, remote, or do we need a
We have
web link?
one live witness tomorrow. The rest are all video depositions.
So they're all depositions, so we don't need a WebEx link?
No.
Okay. All right. Other than that, jury instructions and verdict forms. I have received jury instructions from both parties. Thank you for that. However, I have not received agreed upon jury instructions as requested. So I'm not sure if that has happened or not happened as far as getting an agreed.
Your Honor, we have been trying to meet and confer with them for a week.
Well, you know,
Your Honor, they're identified and emailed to Sammy.
Okay, so the ones that you agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
So
girls.
if you could
I'll
do
see
the
y'all at
same,
8.
so
I'm
we-
rushing
ones
hennies.
you agree
Bye,
upon.
girls.
I'd appreciate that. If we can get also by Thursday.